It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
You know, mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me out of my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You gotta run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But like, you gotta promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be like my favorite movie. Time. So great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
I'm the one that screwed your ass. Winter is coming because I'm coming too, baby.
I'm coming. I'm gonna come. Woo!
My show, I tell you when you can come. But I'm coming for you. I'm coming for you next week. Nobody's gonna stop me. No! The man who gave birth.
My God, you're a big bitch. The bigger they are, the harder they come.
I'm gonna rip your f***ing spine out. I'm gonna put it in chocolate. And then I'm gonna suck on your f***ing t***. And then I'm gonna you and have my f***ing children. Ah!
Jimmy Garvin, you touched me in a personal way you never touched me before.
Biscuits and gravy of a whole lot of ass. Milk-O-Mania is running wild.
Nut! Pussy!
You've got balls.
You have a vagina! I don't even know if that's PG.
You're not even a real journalism. That's right.
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guy's Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living living legend of the fight, just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art, triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. Yeah, the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight, just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art, triple cup, triple cup.
Ooh, what's happening, everybody? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Saturday nights, all right for PWT. Yeah, I am your host, Phil S. Marks. The S is for Saturday. And today, guys, AEW All In tickets are only $1. WWE takes over Busted Open Radio Network, and everybody's melting down about it. Tay Melo was granted her release weeks after she requested it. And so much more. We have so much more to get to. And I'm incredibly excited for tonight's show. I was out having a cookout and all of that, so sorry I'm a few minutes here late. You guys had to deal with a 5+ minute intro, and there's shows I watch that do like 30-minute, 45-minute long intros as people file in and everything, so consider yourselves blessed. But yes, we have an absolute gangbuster of a show. It's jam-packed. If there's time, should I set a little goal and maybe if we reach it, we'll stay later? I don't know. If there's time, there's been shit that I wanted to cover for a while now, and I just haven't been able to. I kind of back burner it for the more pressing issues. But yeah, maybe we'll get into some like sicko wacko action tonight where things are going crazy. If you're over on Kick, by the way, you can now gift memberships and gift subs or whatever, and you can like send in kicks and all of those things if you watch on Kick. So shout you guys out and everything's all good. I'm not like partnered or whatever, but I'm all good. I'm all verified and sure. I'm not verified, but I'm partnered. I don't know how they word it over there on Kick, but yeah, you guys can give subs in that. I'll check out the Kick chat every now and again because you show up, your chat show up in the StreamYard, but like the viewers and everything else doesn't for some reason. I don't know why. I asked AI and it didn't really have a very clear-cut and satisfactory answer for me, but either way, man, we're all learning together. Like, you know what they say. And yeah, we have some wrestling on tonight. I don't know if we're going to watch it all, you know, because AAA starts a little late, but Collision's on. We're going to watch that. We're going to check out AAA as well. And maybe we'll get into some sicko crash outs and shit, you know? So, guys, hit like, hit retweet, hit heart. Again, if you're on Kick, send in you know, hook up some subs or whatever. I don't know. Let's get some subs. I don't know how else to phrase it. I guess you buy subs over there, and you can gift membership, super chat in patreon.com. It's pinned in the chat in YouTube, patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times if you want to check out some bonus content. I will put a poll up here on the screen, but I just don't know what it is yet. I didn't think about what we are going to put on the screen. What have I been doing, Phil? Thanks for asking me, Philip. I've been watching. I found a playlist on YouTube with all the old episodes archived of Attack of the Show. You guys remember that from G4? So I started at episode 1 and I've just been watching Attack of the Show. Or like just have it on in the background while I'm doing stuff and I glance over and it fucking rules. Better times, better times. So let's get into some stuff, guys. Let's get into some action. I see some people in chat are defending me. I see some people are shitting on me a bit. So it's all good. We're going to get into this. I just read stuff. So sorry if that's triggering for you. I just read shit and then I react to it. I don't know what to tell you. Check out my other channel, Phil Marks Out, about everything. And PWT Pod coming back. True form, OG style. Okay. More on that this coming week. I won't be watching Redemption with you guys tomorrow, but Monday I will have a review PWT Pod that I'm going to record and drop for you guys. A review show. All right. So make sure you guys stay locked in over there. And yeah, that's about it. Let's just get into things. I don't want to bore y'all with plugs and talking about a bunch of bullshit. Let's talk about the bullshit that is pro wrestling. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is a segment called Indies and Global News.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
And this is just miscellaneous news for the new folks here. So, Johnny TV he showed up and pulled up in Maple Leaf Pro, which is awesome because Tone doesn't book him. And John Morrison, I mean, he seems like a dude who's kind of, I don't want to say phoning it in AEW, but he's like missing a certain step. Now, I haven't been keeping up with all of his ROH shit entirely, but it's funny because he's been vocal about, yeah, I'd like to get booked. And Taya Valkyrie, his wife, was initially like defensive over her position in AEW, and then it turned into the same thing where she was publicly tweeting like, yeah, I'd kind of like to get booked or whatever she was saying. And Mundo's here in MLP, which is of course the AEW affiliate, which this affiliation went down before the TNA WWE deal did. Sickos just didn't melt down about it. Shout out Maple Leaf Pro and Scott Demore.
Contest is scheduled for one fall. Introducing first.
I like short hair, nerd glasses, nerd meta glasses, fucking Johnny Mundo.
Los Angeles TV.
Johnny TV steps into the Maple Leaf Pro Wrestling ring for the first time in his illustrious career, and only Johnny TV would turn an entrance into content creation using the meta glasses. This guy's confident.
Dude, Mauro Ranallo's so good. I miss him so much. In WWE and whatnot. Even like AEW, he'd be better than Excalibur, So former WWE star, speaking of ex-WWE, Santos Escobar has confirmed his new ring name following his free agency, Romeo Malverde. And he decided not to go with his old gimmick and all of that because he removed the mask, essentially, So once he removed it, he deaded that whole gimmick. So yeah, let's move along here. And lastly, in miscellaneous news, Perry Saturn accuses a wrestling game project of scamming multiple wrestlers. And he was on his podcast, I believe, or a podcast or one of his videos. Maybe it was just one of his videos. I don't know if he has a podcast, but he was with Sonny Ono, right? That's how you put it. Sonny Ono. I just call it Ono, but it's two O's at the end. No relation to Cassius. Ba-doomps. The former WWE and ECW star accused the people behind the Woo Wrestling, like Ric Flair Woo Wrestling organization, blockchain project, of making promises that never materialized. Now, again, if one thing Logan Paul's a veteran at, it is fucking people over in crypto. Allegedly, in my opinion. And so one thing you don't get involved in, especially when you're an old man, because you don't know what it entails and you're just being targeted to get ripped off, is NFTs and blockchains and these sorts of things, okay? None of you motherfuckers need to get involved in any of this. And it's always a scam. Like 99% of the time, it's a scam. So shout out CoffeeZilla. But they were claiming that wrestlers went years without meaningful payments while their names and likenesses continued to be used. Saturn says the situation spiraled into a complete breakdown of trust, leaving several former wrestlers demanding they be removed from the game altogether. According to Saturn, the final straw came after years of waiting for money. Then he says never arrived. Fans who had joined the project because of the wrestlers kept asking questions they couldn't answer, and Saturn decided enough was enough. So yeah, he's just like, after all this shit for years, Sonny and I, people are asking us what we referred to the game, got them to do the game, want to know what's going on. So yeah, basically what happened was you're old dudes, you got preyed upon, and you fell for the fucking crypto scam, and you guys promoted some bullshit rug pull game that might not even be a thing or is a thing and nobody plays or whatever the fuck. So that's terrible. I just wouldn't fret it. Just, move on. That's all you can do, because this shit happens time and time again. Now, when it's like Logan Paul and he's high profile, but like you're talking about a game nobody's heard of and you're not in a position to like get in a lawsuit and then get pwned somehow and then you end up more fucked. Like, it's just like, fuck it. Just wash your hands of it. It was a crypto scam, For a lot of people say, like, if you're dumb enough to invest in that shit, then you kind of deserve that. However you feel about it. I don't want to say that about Perry Saturn. He's just an old fucking wrestler trying to make money off his trade and shit and his likeness. But yeah, if I'm him, I'm just like calling up TKO and trying to just sell that shit to them. I don't know if they'll buy it, but I don't know what a Perry Saturn image deal is worth compared to like a Brock Lesnar's or an Undertaker's. And again, I'm not trying to be morbid, but like, how much longer are you pushing on this earth, right? Are you in the later years? Brother, just hit up TKO and be like, buy my likeness for a couple $100,000 and go to fucking Cabo or something. Go to Bora Bora or something and just chill the fuck out, And that, ladies and gentlemen, was miscellaneous news.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
And oh my God, from off the top rope, from out of nowhere, Sassy Gill gifts 5 pro wrestle clips. It triggers the music this early. Goddamn right. Shout out Sassy Gill. You guys ready? Everyone sing. Let's go. Shout out everyone who got those memberships. I can't see ya. Long time going by. Oh yeah, shout out. I see Cody Duffy got one. I see Blacksaw Johnny Hex, I think, got one. B40 Brian. Who else? Oh yeah, thank you, Sassy Gill, for the support. I really appreciate that. Everyone shout out Sassy Gill, and also Johnny Chevron, yeah, for 2 sweets, says let's get Phil to 10K subscribers. PWT for life, for life, for life. Yeah, dude, we are going. We're on the way, almost halfway to 8,100, and we surpassed 8,000. We've been cruising, so I really appreciate that, and hopefully we get to 10K, right? That's the next goal. Fuck 9K. Fuck 9K. We're just going to skip 9K. We're just going to jump ahead of the game. And okay, so let's get into some more news. So next up, I want to talk about some TNA news. Okay, and again, there's not too terribly much going on in the world of TNA, but just a couple things from their last show. They've been doing really good ratings. That needs to be talked about more. We will talk about it in Ratings Wars. But they've been doing really solid in the ratings. And ladies and gentlemen, this, of course, is looking for my aces and eights here. TNA news. So TNA, man, they've been doing really good ratings as of late. And if they continue to grow, because what they're doing is growing, they have a couple setbacks. People jump on those. But when you really look at what's going on, they're growing just like we knew they would. And their ceiling for me is like 400K. If they hit 400K, that'll be crazy. And that's just based on past like data we can look at when it comes to TNA and whatever network or channel, station, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Whatever they're on, we've gone over this. They do an X number. They do like double. I don't want to talk out of my ass because it was a long time ago since we talked about this and looked at the numbers, but they always do like double and then a bit or something of whatever was in that time slot before TNA showed up. So we looked at what was on there on AMC before TNA showed up, and we sort of capped their here at PWT, me, and I'm a dumb fuck, so don't even listen to anything I'm saying, but we capped their potential at like 400K. If they start going past that, that'll be crazy. Even if they hit 400K, it's like, oh shit. But AMC's got to be happy with the growth for sure. That's what she said. Go. And so TNA, one thing they've been doing is growing in ratings, but they've been depleting their roster. No, they released Victoria Crawford, okay? Listener of PWT, believe it or not. Vix Crow, Alicia Fox, Foxy, as Noam Dar would call her. She was released. And I mean, I haven't really seen her around. Is she prominent? I haven't watched TNA in the last few weeks. I wanted to watch The Righteous Deletion. I just watched it in clips. We're going to watch it together here in clip form. But it's like probably been a month since I threw on TNA. I know Lincoln is like wants my head for that shit. But TNA has come to terms on the release of Vix Crow, effective immediately. And they say that they wish her the best in her future endeavors. And I don't know what they were paying her. Gail Kim came out because some people were like, they're paying her a shitload of money to do nothing. And she's like, how do you know they were paying her a shitload of money? And I don't know either, right? I don't think Lex knows either.
I don't know.
We know you don't know, bud. But, I mean, she's a veteran in the game. At one point, I didn't think she was ever coming back to wrestling. So is it like, oh, get her in AEW or WWE or anything? No, not really. Would she be valuable as a coach and like a mentor to the women in the locker room in any company? Absolutely. Absolutely. And I always go back to when they tasked her with wrestling. Remember when in WWE Tough Enough where they started making the new recruits like wrestle actual wrestlers on the show, and then that's how they got judged and shit like that. So Alicia Foxy was who was tasked with wrestling the women wrestlers, and she would carry them, dude. So we'll see what happens with all of that. Shout her out. But we had the Righteous Deletion. Before that, speaking of the women in TNA, they did a good piece of business here. The 10-minute limit has expired, and both Elena Black and Wendy Chu have been eliminated from the tournament. Wait, what? Now, I love this. I don't know if they followed up on what's going to happen with this. Is the next round a triple threat? Does whoever was supposed to face them just get a bye? That's an awesome way to work a bye. Then these two get a rematch out of that with no time limit. Or maybe the next one's a double count out, then they go to no holds barred or something, and you create there's so many possibilities with this, and I really love this. Shout out TNA.
Cross-round tournament matchup. Black and
But yeah, the crowd's like,
this
what
match has exceeded the 10-minute time limit. Therefore, both Elena Black and Wendy Chu have been eliminated from the TNA Knockouts TV title tournament.
For the first time in this tournament, we have reached that 10-minute.
So that's awesome. That's like, gives incentive in kayfabe. Like, these guys want to get a finish. They want me to make sure they finish this match or they'll be eliminated too. I don't know why they made this decision, but there's good story stuff that could come from this.
Black and 2, they want to keep fighting here.
The fans here in Albany wanted to. Wait a minute, there's the Knockouts World Champion, Taya Brookside.
There you go. Brookside gets involved, and the crowd's going, let them fight. Let them fight. I think that's a good piece of business. Now, something that's routinely been a good piece of business in TNA multiple times has been the ultimate deletion, total deletion, total nonstop deletion, the Wyatt compound deletion, ultimate deletion. There's been all of these different deletions here, and they've been in every company. You really gotta give Matt Hardy props, because there's been the broken universe / woken universe in WWE, AEW, and TNA. And I'm sure some indie feds and shit have incorporated it in there. And the righteous deletion went down, and we have some clips from that. So Will-O-the-Wisp appeared, Jeff Hardy's alter ego. Let's take a look. And TNA is usually pretty cool. Like, they every month they release a bunch of footage that content creators can use, and you won't get flagged for and shit. I don't know if this falls under that category, but TNA, come on. I fucking promote the shit out of you. No.
I'm angry, but I don't want to be.
Yes, welcome to the imagination. Oh, this feels
And he's wearing a new MAGA tee.
like such a righteous deletion, my friend.
So light tubes and TNA. Holy shit! Someone quick call Nick Gage.
One more, mate. Welcome to Death Walk. We love, we hate, we die. One relate and below one.
Now, a lot of people online mark out for like Will-O-the-Wisp. I'm not the biggest Will-O-the-Wisp fan personally. I never really have been, but hey, man, Jeff likes doing it. He's over. Let him do his goddamn thing. We have more clips from this. Is this too shitty? Chat's got to let me know. Like, a bunch of kids beat Dutch and Vincent's ass here, so.
Hardy's sick of. Hardy's disperse. Queen Rebecca.
Is this the most over Rebby Hardy's ever been too? Like, just getting to be a part of all this broken universe shit. I just watched a clip the other day, rewatched after all these years of Awesome Kong, talking about like she was gonna whoop Rebby Hardy's ass. Just like the shittiest swanton, but it's a kid, so it's all good. And by God, King, he's got a spike. That's a spike baseball bat.
Look at what we have here. Yet. Looks like it's about time to take a trip to Piss Pants City.
Is this like Walking Dead reference? Negan?
Miney. Mo.
Boy, did that show ever fall off, huh? Walking Dead. Now there's like 10 spin-offs nobody watches. No, I'm joking. But oh my goodness, Jeff Hardy just jumped off the top of a tractor into a table. And all of these deletion matches end with Jeff Hardy jumping off some crazy shit. This time it's a tractor. I don't know if they've done the tractor yet. I know they've done like a tree. What else? They like had some construct that I think they like had shit on fire behind it, and then he jumped off that. It was like their logo or something. Either way. These matches always like pop me, you know. There's stuff to like pop about, but are they my favorite matches overall? I don't know. Cinematic was like cool at the time because like what else were you gonna do? You had to figure out a way to be creative. Like I don't even blame WWE doing the cinematic John. I guess that was the best one. The Bray Wyatt John Cena cinematic match I think was probably the best one. Boneyard match was okay, I guess. And then probably like the original Ultimate Deletion or whatever it was called, Final Deletion. So yeah, one more time. Yeah. The people in the back. Oh. But it is funny how they just drive people up to the compound and then put these things together. So yeah, shout out TNA, and they're doing good ratings. So you can be like, this is stupid, but it worked once before and it seems like it's working now. So that, ladies and gentlemen, was TNA news. Now we have some ratings wars to get into. I'm trying to pull AEW up, but I'm having issues. So I need a tissues. Not really. Damn. Okay, so let's get into this next little piece of business here. Yeah, what the fuck's going on with this? Here we go. Now I can. Excellent. Okay, Ciampa versus Wentz is going down. It's going down. So let's get into what's chat saying. Chat me up, chat. He'll be back when you start chatting AEW. The AEW stooge went back to the. Was there an AEW guy melting down in here? It's unfortunate, you know. I think I put AEW over more. I help them more than any of these sickos. Like I give them good advice and shit, you know. What's chat saying? The match was awesome and fun. Okay, let's get into. He attacked you over the ticket price pick. Well, who gives a fuck? Fuck him. It's what it is. It's a real picture. So you can get triggered by a real picture. I don't know what to tell you. It's not like I made the picture. It's not like I took the picture. So let's get into, yeah, we have some ratings wars. I want to do ratings wars, guys. Because we have, and this is where we're talking about the tickets. So let's get into things over here. Ladies and gentlemen. And Big Show's on commentary, which is way better than Excalibur. Shivani and Big Show, not so bad, you know? It's not so bad. It's not so bad. So, yeah, guys. Okay, where's my fucking drop? Let's get into this. I still never got around to organizing after StreamYards fixed their shit. I'm like, and then I just got lazy. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for Ratings Wars. Okay, so TNA Impact did 286,000 viewers, 0.03 in the key demo. By God, King. And yeah, so if we're to believe Meltzer, like this is like a Collision demo, but Collision does more viewers, right? So 0.06, I mean, okay, that's like double the demo, but we've seen times where like TNA does a 0.03 and then AEW Collision will do like a 0.04. But it's funny how Collision sort of just gets left out of these discussions of how good AEW is doing. It's just treated like a throwaway show. And even Dave and these goblins are like, oh, it's like he doesn't even talk about it really. You know, he never looks at that and like how, I mean, this show does terrible ratings. Sometimes it can be anywhere from 100,000 to 400,000, you know, you never know. But TNA Impact did 286 and they're climbing and climbing and climbing. So definitely the crowd on AMC who are watching TNA, if there's other shit on, they're 100% watching other shit. If there's like something pressing, sports related or whatever, playoffs, whatever, because they had some shitty ratings not even that long ago, like in the hundreds of thousands. But if you just look at it week over week over week over week, as we do here at PWT, they're actually growing. So I think I'm giving their potential a 400K. In like a year, they could be at 400K. If they surpass that, I'm talking if it's 401,000 people, I'll be like, holy shit. And hopefully that key demo can grow a little bit, but fuck the key demo. Nielsen's stupid and dumb. It doesn't even really matter. The key demo, no streamer, no big boy like Dave and some of these people, BJ Bethels, they don't understand that no big boy streamer is like looking at one key demo either. So these networks, I don't even know if they're probably looking at because they're all making shows and then getting them on their affiliated streamers anyways too. So this, of course, isn't including AMC Plus or TNA Plus. So it's 5 million people watched TNA Impact. And also TNA routinely, as we've also been tracking on this show, is like number one for teens, like 12 to 18 or whatever the fuck that number was, right? So like on TV, period. So that's good. Like they have a young demo, and obviously older folks are watching most of the wrestling. I think it's been that way for a while, but I'm looking at 400,000 in a year, dude. If they hit that, that'll be fucking crazy. I wonder if we have anything else TNA related. We do not. But in AEW news, again, Collision did 399,000, 0.06 in the key demo. So good for them. Good for them and good for Collision, actually. Now, we don't know what lead-ins there are and all of this shit, but again, I just take the numbers at face value. I don't like to cope about all that shit. The overall is the overall. And I mean, I guess they put together a decent show. I don't know who the fuck was on this thing. Bandito and somebody, Athena, Kevin Knight, and then Sheeta. Okay. So they're doing the damn thing. Wentz and Ciampa just did the damn thing. Ciampa's about to cut another promo, Time Cop, and let's see if they do a rating. We move along here, and in other AEW ratings news, do we have ratings news? Yes. So Dynamite, the viewership was down from recent weeks for this past Wednesday's Redemption Go Home show. So without miss, Tone books the worst go home and the worst post pay-per-view shows. And Dynamite averaged 706K viewers, down 11%. Now, I will say over 700,000 is good for them anytime they do that in 2026. That being said, we don't have to code. Like I went off on this all last week, was me going off about how, you know, Nielsen uses multipliers and averages and estimations. Netflix is just the views. So when the sickos go, holy shit, this is beating Raw and shit like that. No, that literally doesn't make any sense at all. That's like not how this works, right? And everyone got exposed by that. And it seems like people kind of stopped doing that. It's just Dave who still needs to accept that and move on with his life. Like, he is the biggest grifter there is. He was melting down talking about fucking tweets, people tweeting stuff about like calling out wrestling media and stuff, and he's like, you got to call out who misconstrues stuff and is full of shit. And it's like, yeah, that's why Dave Meltzer Dumb Moment of the Week goes live every fucking Thursday, bud. That's why that happens. Okay, because you don't even like explain ratings properly on a surface level, and you have people repeating this shit to where Brian Alvarez is losing his fucking mind. And they were on the air talking about how on Wrestling Observer Radio, one of the shows, like on their network or whatever the fuck, Figure 4 online, whatever, one of these shows, Brian was talking about how AEW wrestlers have asked him if Dave is booking the shit for Tone. That's how bad this is getting. Like, that shit, those are Phil Marks conspiracy theories. You know what I mean? And now Bry's talking about them on the air on Dave's own shit. Like, that's crazy, guys. So he's the reason. The reason I'm going to Dave is because he's the sicko Vecna. Like, he's the hive mind of fucking putting out this faulty information that stupid people, and I honestly feel bad for the stupid people. He's a snake oil salesman, a.k.a. grifting. You know? And he calls other people grifters who don't know what grifting means, or so that the people who don't know what grifting means fucking just calls people grifters. It's such bullshit. He's a clown. He's been felted. So Dynamite averaged 706K viewers, down 11%. So not bad, though, like over 700K in 2026. That's good for them. 0.12, which is down 20. Oof. As always, but like 0.12 in the key demo. As always, these numbers do not include the HBO Max simulcast. Dynamite was tied with Gutfeld. Year over year, Dynamite was up 16% in viewers, while the key demo was down 14%. So what is this wonkiness with Nielsen? So you can just look at that and be like, whoa, what the fuck? Are all the young people just dying off? And again, these motherfucking dirt sheet folks will be like, well, no, it just means that younger people are all watching on Max Bion. But there's just no evidence of that anywhere. And it seems more like what happened at WWE, where, you know, young people have always watched it, but for a while there, it was really swaying heavily in the old folks' direction. And there's a reason for that. Because it just wasn't hitting like it used to, and that younger demographic started watching MMA and shit. So I just don't know. I can't until everyone's got to remember that if this is an objective fact in reality, what I'm about to say, if HBO Max and WBD were seeing 500,000, especially routinely, not even just once, if it was once, they'd make a fucking press release about it and they'd be fucking dancing in the rain. They'd be singing in the rain for AEW. When NBA games simulcast and then do like 100,000 on one platform, they fucking glaze it. And then are like, and if you have that with this and that and this, it did this number. So if AEW was routinely doing 400,000 or 500,000, we know they would be talking about this publicly. So that's all you need to know about that shit. But I'm also not diminishing this number. Like anything over 700K in 2026 is good for AEW. You know? Pardon me. So when it comes to AEW, they've been at odds with NXT that put up 690, which is up 30%. So that's a terrible rating the week before if it's up 30 and they're at 690. But again, NXT doing around 700,000. And then you have Netflix international views and shit if you want to play that, but HBO Max. And so the key demo is also up 80%, but at a 0.09. So as much as NXT is developing the younger talent, the younger wrestling fans aren't fucking with it, bud, as much as AEW, as far as Nielsen tabulates, right? Pardon me. And so that's why Dave likes to pull the key demo card. But it was also head-to-head with the MLB All-Star Game, but went up 30% in viewers. So there's a bunch of people who are like, I don't watch baseball. Or I don't know. I have no clue why that happened. Again, Nielsen's just so fucky And it's so funny, the cope too about Nielsen. Like, yes, it's fucky. Nielsen's fucky. Netflix is like YouTube. It just tells you views. It's pretty simple, you know? Unless you're like heavily botting the fuck out of your shit, which Netflix isn't doing, because if they were, they have way more users than that globally, and they just lie and say the number's way bigger than it is. So year over year NXT, I was going to say Netflix. NXT was down 8% with the 18 to 49 rating being down 44%. Do you see what I'm saying? Again, not bad, almost doing 700K against the All-Star game and close to Dynamite. They go back and forth. NXT and Dynamite go back and forth every week over who does a better rating, right? So again, the cope has been about like Dynamite's beating Raw and SmackDown in the ratings. It's just not true. So again, people just expose themselves for not only parroting Dave, but them not understanding how this shit works. And I don't expect every wrestling fan to understand how this shit works. But when you want to play the game of, if you factor in invisible numbers, then it's beating this shit. Then you're pretending like you're analyzing the shit, and we have to destroy your analytics. You know what I'm saying? We can't let that stand. And again, any serious journalists would laugh. Dave he is the laughing stock already, but he would be an even bigger one. If this was like football or something, everyone would just roast him all the time, and he would be shunned. He'd be smashed to oblivion. You know what I'm saying? So we take a look at these Raw ratings here. And the views for last Monday's episode were down slightly from the prior week, while the hours viewed were up slightly. The show scored 2.4 million views globally for the week per Netflix data, only down 4%, with 5.1 million hours viewed, up 2%. The show ranked number 5 for the week in the U.S. on Netflix, from number 4 the prior week and number 6 globally even. Year-over-year views were down 11%, while total hours viewed were up 8%. Last year's episode ranked number 5 for the week in the U.S. and 5 globally. So when it comes to this as well, and like when Dave has done this shoddy math and talked about, and I see Nicolo Piccolo like hating on Raj. I don't know, like, what does Raj do other than just like post the numbers? I'm curious if he could let me know what the fuck, or make it more clear what it is Raj is doing that's perturbing him so much. But the problem with Dave's math and shit is they don't factor in, and again, I don't do this cope. I just look at 2.4 million, 700,000. Okay. So when you have Dynamite, they're using multipliers estimates based on people per home. Plus it's an average, and we're not seeing who watched it right from the start and then who was there at the very end. We don't know. That's just an average number. With Netflix, it's just, these are the views. So they're not adding like, well, people are probably watching this show with at least one other person, or maybe they have a family of 5 and they watch Raw together all the time. So that's how hard Raw's crushing and shit. Even Thurston's acknowledged this, because he's tried to do that math. And even Thurston's like, well, they're easily doing what they were on the USA Network before they went to Netflix, you know. Even he says that shit. So I'm done beating that dead horse, but like, we just need to reiterate this all the time, because we're in like this weird time in the IWC where you can tell there's people just clinging to life because they know what's about to happen. Their shit is going to my AEW, which isn't even a bad thing, really. But it's just going to prove so many people right and so many people wrong. And by so many people, I mean all the voices in Dave Meltzer's head. So speaking of AEW and whatnot, right? Because we're talking about that a lot, and I'm bringing up Dave and the dirt sheets and all this shit because we need to break this stuff down right here. The ticket sales, the fucking what's going on with Paramount and all of that, okay? So we lock in here, and just in, a judge halts Paramount's $110 billion acquisition of Warner Bros. Discovery, siding with California and a coalition of states that sued to pause the deal. Now, here's the thing with this. every time these big mergers are about to go down, you have people who spurg out, you have people who love it. So, for instance, Mark Ruffalo plays the Hulk. When Disney absorbed Marvel and shit, he was all for it. Mark Ruffalo, yeah, I'm all for it. But because Paramount is like the UFC Freedom 250, they're down with Trump and shit, you know what I mean? He's all against it. You know what I'm saying? Fuck Mark Ruffalo, dude. Good actor, but like, fuck you, man. He's just he like pretends to care about environment shit, but buddy, they're printing your face on Hulk dolls in China and dumping the fucking textiles in the ocean and shit. You don't give a fuck about that. You know what I mean? He's just a virtue signaling little bitch, millionaire, tens of millions of dollars, pretending he fucking gives a fuck about regular ass people. He doesn't. He's a dummy.
Dummy, yeah.
But again, like you have the Hollywood types, the California, you have those types who are like against this merger going down. You have some who are for it, right? But it's like politically people are trying to block this, right? And we know why. But every time these things happen, this is always a step in the road. Now, not like as far as this has gone. And again, Nicolo Piccolo has like some epic breakdown of like 15 fucking posts that I was skimming through of him breaking down like what this really means and blah, blah, blah. I think the conclusion is just like, his conclusion was like something along the lines of they're going to make sure this can't happen again, as far as like Paramount's going to merge with WBD. And then they're going to make sure that this stupid, dumb shit doesn't, because listen, this is wasting like millions of dollars in taxpayer money. Now I'm Canadian, but like you Americans should be pissed. You have California holding up this deal, spending millions of dollars of taxpayer money for this fucking thing that's going to happen anyways. It's inevitably they're going to merge. Everyone wants it. Okay? It's just a lot of these people who've like politically grandstanded know that Paramount is kind of aligned with fucking, not kind of, they're aligned with like Trump and MAGA and shit enough to where they do UFC Freedom 250 and they're all boys, and Ari Emanuel, the good old boys. We talked about it. Triple H, Dana White, Ari Emanuel, Hunter Campbell, fucking, there's names I'm missing, but the Ellisons, fucking, these guys are all super tight with each other. So again, Mick Foley, I expect your resignation in full from AEW because Tone is excited to go to work with these guys and your silence is complicit. I expect you to resign live on PWT. So a judge has ordered a temporary halt to Paramount's acquisition of Warner Bros. And Raj Giri says, in wrestling-related terms, this sucks for AEW. The longer this drags out, the more money is being spent and the less Paramount is going to spend for middle-tier programming, which I feel like is a totally fair statement. Nicolo Piccolo goes, the Ellisons are not purchasing modest cost savings. They're purchasing scale, institutional power, cultural reach, and a position that can't be replicated without Warner Bros. There was never a realm of possibility Paramount spends $1 on AEW regardless of when this deal closes. And then you see no-name random bot accounts, Alexander, 8 million numbers. More of this AEW is doomed bullshit from the pro WWE grifters. No, you're just a tard. So again, Nicolo Piccolo kind of disagrees with Raj, like, because Raj is leaving a string of hope. A thread of hope that AEW might exist on. Listen, when people say AEW is going away and shit, they don't mean like it's going to die. Like Tone will fund it, but it might end up on YouTube in my AEW. Like, what the fuck do people think he's doing right now with my AEW? Yeah, my AEW's for international, but we're going to bolster up the content with a bunch of Canadian and American indie feds. Well, why would they do that? Why wouldn't they go and get like Chinese feds and Russian feds and whatever, African feds, wherever the fuck they are, you know, in Mexico, we're going to do a deal with some Mexican feds and stuff. Why didn't they make that their primary target? And when people ask Tone, hey, are you going to put like Lucha Underground? Are you thinking about buying those rights and putting that on there? And Tone's like, no, it needs to be airing currently. Something currently airing. Why do you think that's the case, guys? Why do you think that's the case? Because he knows. And even if he gets a TV deal somewhere, a smaller TV deal, maybe some network will give him fucking double what TNA got or something, let's just say. And I maintain that, I don't know, maybe that could happen. I don't know shit, though. I'm not in this world. But let's just say that happened. Okay, cool. But he's still going to roll out my AEW in the Americas. I promise. It's happening, guys. That's what's going on. So if it exists on YouTube and my AEW and Tubi, why do you think all of a sudden the Tubi and the Roku and all of this stuff? So we're fucking idiots who don't know that Nielsen and Netflix don't tabulate their ratings the same way, are melting down because people are just pointing out, like, look, this isn't good for AEW because, like, they're not Paramount. Guys, AEW is just going to be on, like, the back burner event. It's going to get diddied. That's how I describe it. You signed a bad boy, he just shelves your ass, and then you don't have an album for 3 years, and you lose all your momentum, and then he just focuses on building what he wants to build. And what Nick is saying, he's even going against that. He's like, no, they will just ditch it. They will drop this shit. And why? Because they're interested in purchasing scale. AEW is not scalable. Not this business model anyways. It hasn't been. Okay? They've whittled down their audience. Institutional power. So what does that mean? That means WWE. That doesn't mean AEW. They have zero institutional power in the landscape of global professional wrestling. Cultural reach. WWE's everyone crying about Jalen Brunson. Paramount's like, yes, we want Jalen Brunson. Cultural reach. And everybody goes, well, WWE doesn't even have a show on Paramount and shit. It does not matter. It's TKO, UFC, and it's not because UFC, but it's because of who's all friends and shit. Okay? And we might live in a world where SmackDown ends up on fucking Paramount for all we know. We don't know if they launch a third show that's just on Paramount. And I heard allegedly WWE, and hey, this only fits the mold of what's been going on, right? Everybody's melting down because WWE's doing what? Counter programming. What was the story this week? WWE's looking to do watch parties all over the world because they're getting ready for New York because they know Tone's coming. Okay, so then my allegedly I heard was probably right. Because the rumor is that's out there is AEW maybe Amazon, or that's like what people think. I think Amazon because there's no connection. Rumors are WWE's been trying to do something with Amazon. So who fucking even knows if that's true or not?
Allegedly.
This is what I'm hearing. So I'm not a dirt sheet though, but it would align with what everybody else is melting down about already. If WWE's really worried, then why wouldn't they go to Amazon? So then what happens to AEW? Like, you guys, here's the difference, right? Tone's like, I've met Dana White. Yeah, I mean, I met Ellison. Okay, Ellison goes to private dinner with fucking Dana and Ari Emanuel, his personal advisor for the last almost 2 decades, and they sit around and they laugh and they drink wine and eat fucking steaks. And possibly children and stuff. I don't know if those Epstein files are. No, I'm joking. This is just jokes. This is a cartoon. I don't know he's even in those shits, okay? Never even seen him before. But listen, they're having a grand old gay old time, and they're like laughing about this shit. So AEW, what Nicolo Piccolo's saying here is cultural reach in a position that can't be replicated without Warner Bros. If they were after Reek, then they definitely keep AEW because PU, am I right, guys? More like APW. Ooh, but I'm over. There was never. No, I'm joking. There was never a realm of possibility Paramount spends $1 on AEW, regardless of when this deal closes. That's sort of how I felt about it, even though I've been on the train of like, even if Paramount keeps them for the extra year just to buy them a year to figure out what the fuck they're doing with other more pressing things, right? Like the Coyote Roadrunner fucking movie with John Cena is a more pressing issue. right now than fucking AEW is. So we'll see what goes down with all of this and what comes of it. And we'll see if, and here's where Tone might be walking into a trap. It's a trap. Psoo, psoo, psoo. And CWJ for 2 sweet says WWE Radio is another step in closing all AEW paths. I mean, a little bit. AEW should have already been on top of this. And I'm surprised WWE didn't already do this. And Busted Open was already accused of shilling for WWE. So who gives a fuck? Like, we're going to talk about that in a bit too. And thank you for the super chat. But you're right. I mean, that could, if that's true, then I believe they're talking to Amazon. And that's a rumor I heard from someone pretty legit, okay, who calls a lot of fucking things. And I'm willing to believe that. Okay, so we move along here. But interesting to see, like, Nick's been going out Raj. I saw Nick did like an AMA, and I kind of was skimming through that. And he called out Raj in that bit as well. And I'm like, why? Like, why do they? He didn't really explain it. He's just like, he's just as bad. The way he explains shit. But I'm like, what? Can you get into detail of, like, this is just an opinion. It's not as bad as Dave, right? At least in my opinion, you know? So, again, Nick responds. He goes, like Pun said, you ain't even on me, class. He also said, dead in the middle of Little Italy. Little did we know that we riddled 2 middlemen who didn't do diddly. So Niccolo Piccolo goes, what do you want to bet? There is 0 chance on the planet. There is a new TV rights deal with Paramount. He says, I will bet him anything on earth in this life. Anything. My kidneys, anything. Ain't no way Paramount keeps AEW plus offers a new deal. No chance. Pin it. So, like, here's what's crazy about Nick is that he's like flat out saying they won't even keep them. He's not even giving himself any wiggle room of like, there's no way they offer them anything new, but they might stick around for a year. No, like, he's just flat out like they won't even keep them, period. So that's so crazy. That's like narrowing down his shit. And he's been pretty spot on with all of this stuff. You know, say what you will about if you're a fan of his Twitter activity or whatever. He's been, when it comes to this area, he definitely knows his shit. And so we'll see how it plays out. I am willing to believe that Paramount would hang on just for the year that's there because AEW will just be on the back burner for them. So they'll need a year to figure out like Looney Tunes and all these other things. And maybe that's a dumb thing I'm saying. Maybe they already have that figured out. But you guys know what I mean? Like, maybe like Harry Potter and shit needs to get figured out last minute before. That might take a year because that new show's coming out or whatever the fuck. And they're like, okay, Harry Potter's like billions of dollars if we play this right. How do we fucking... That takes more precedence over AEW. So we'll keep this. We own some of it for like a year. And then we'll look at the numbers. But what I was talking about, it's a trap. I think this could be a trap for them too, because Tone is just willingly, gleefully like walking into Paramount, getting an open look at all of their books and then being friends with TKO people and then just going, they were doing $50,000 a week for all of their shows combined on Max. And just completely destroying the fucking perception. And I just think Tone and Mick Foley, especially because his silence is complicit in this. I think that they could be fucking up really bad.
You fucked up! You fucked up!
And like, I'm not trying to be a hater. I'm trying to stay optimistic. Nick is flat out like, fuck that. I'm trying to be like, oh, come on now, Nick. That's not very fair. No, I'm trying to be like, listen, be optimistic. There's hope. Maybe. No, is it just done? Okay, it may be done. So the merger is officially on hold. The merger will not move forward until June 1, 2027, or until the courts provide a ruling on the lawsuits facing the merger. So let's say remember how the courts and everything pushed through allowing the merger in the first place? So they could just rush through that part too. And it's not June 1. Everyone's like, oh, June 1, they're cooked. Okay, well, Warner Bros. Is going out of business. So let's say this gets drawn out until 2029 or 2030. WBD might fucking ditch them. They might, you know what I mean? They might ditch them. They might be like, Tone, buy back what we own of this because we need to fuck. Like, you don't know. This isn't a good thing. No matter what, you have AEW on this rocky ass WBD that's depleting and falling apart. And like, you're trying to pretend they're doing more viewers than Raw and shit. It's disturbing, you know, and it sucks for fucking AEW because they just can't get their shit together. That's the problem. And it just sucks. Like, I really wanted to see WCW WWF 2, and we just haven't seen it, unfortunately. And we're not going to see it. And especially with cards like this. So we take a look in AEW Redemption from Montreal, Quebec. They've distributed, now this was 4 days ago. I'm sure there's an update, but they're doing 6,000 people for this motherfucker. Like, that's garbage. And you don't need to do it in this fucking building. A 19,500 seater. Okay? You don't need to go to the Bell Center, Centre Bell. You don't need to go there to do this show. You could have went to any other number of buildings and done this shit. The last time Dynamite was there, drew about 5,000. Now they go back. Oh, a pay-per-view? They'll do 6,000. They'll fluff it to hit the 6,800. Guess what? This, again, goes with what your boy Phil has been saying, my theory, and I would love someone who studies this shit to get on board with me on this. They're whittling their fans down, but up for the pay-per-views, but this is a down. But all of their pay-per-views do like 10,000 or so, and then all of their TVs and shit do 3,000 tickets on average. Let's say it's either below 3 or about 3. So they're just whittling shit down. Like last time they went there for a Dynamite, they did almost the same. Like it'll end up being like 1,000 people different than what they did for a fucking pay-per-view. And even if it's 2,000 people different, every wrestling company fluffs a little bit for pay-per-views and PLEs. You got comps, you got giveaways, you got invites, you got special guests and things like that. But their pay-per-views and Dynamites in Canada are doing the same shit because that's the type of aura it has. And you don't need to do this size of a building and lie to yourself. The cheapest ticket's $53. The main event is Kevin Knight versus Kenny Omega. And on TSN, they've botched this shit. They said that Omega, they said the wrong stats for him as far as his titles he's won. And they botched the shit by saying, like on the TSN promos, they said he was facing Maxwell Jacob Friedman and shit. So they just quickly stuffed Kevin Knight in there. And I mean, the matches, we can pull it up and like preview this shit as well. AEW Redemption 2026 card. So we'll just look here on Wikipedia. So like 10 matches, and Tone's talking about, oh, we're going to let them go home early and shit. We're going to end the show earlier instead of I'm going to experiment with ending it earlier. I'm going to experiment with ending it earlier. It's great. And it's like, bro, again, I've said this, but there's 100+ years of wrestling history that'll tell you don't make people on the East Coast go home at 1:30 a.m. So the Bang Bang Gang is cool. They're taking on the Dogs. Okay. Jack Perry. I mean, that's probably the best built up to and the most aura in any match. Jack Perry, Beast Mordos, Commander, Speedball, Nick Wayne, El Clone in a 6-way ladder match for the #1 contender. So not even for the title, a 6-way ladder match where you get a contract to determine the #1 contender. If WWE did this, Triple H would get so fucking dragged for doing some garbage like that, okay? Let's be 100% real.
Why don't you just go ahead and fuck yourself up the ass?
A ladder match for the #1 contender. Like, okay. Worst video game booking ever. Hikaru Shida versus Maya World, all right? The Death Riders, Moxley and Ospreay, where they're doing serious plot point shit on Collision. when half the audience or less is going to watch Collision, they have Ospreay actually doing some heel shit tonight on Collision, Time Cop, and seeming as though he's positioning himself as more of a heel with Moxley. Finally, someone's smarting these dumb fucks up in this company. And they're taking on the Bucks, okay? Cage and Cope take on the Death Riders, Claudio and Pac. Again, that's awesome. Cage and Cope can't even draw 10,000 people with Kenny Omega in Montreal. What happened? What happened? It's like at some point you take a look at things and you go, yeah, we need to reconfigure how we approach this shit. Like, these are serious alleged stars. Chris Jericho's there too, taking on Tommaso Ciampa in a no-holds-barred match. Kyle Fletcher versus Bandito. Everyone banned from ringside, international title. So why didn't you just have a number one contender on Dynamite and then Bandito wins and then Fletcher is whatever? And then instead of just going, everyone's banned from ringside, you have all the guys who lost that number one contender as lumberjacks against some of the Callis family or something like that. And do something, you know, like actually thought out that involves the players, the people that have just been used and tossed away to get here. Kenny Omega versus Kevin Knight. Who gives a shit? Mark Davis versus Andrade El Idolo. Now, do you want to know which? Okay, that's cool, I guess. The national title, sure. But here's what's crazy. Tekla versus Willow Nightingale is listed as the main event. So Tone might pull a swerve. And Kenny Omega, he's done this a bunch, him and the Bucks, where they go on super early because they know the show's going to be long, so they try and steal all the thunder from the crowd before the crowd gets tired. Tekla and Willow Nightingale, if they pull a swerve in main event with Tekla and Willow, Montreal will riot, dude. You don't want to do that shit. Like, you're already fucking around with this card. Like, you know, they might riot over this shit if they end with Tekla Willow. And that's what's listed as the number one match, which is typically the main event. So who knows again? I'm sure Kenny will main event it. But the card is like super mid. Dave looks at it and goes, on paper, it's just fantastic and every match will be unbelievable. And it's like, okay, because you like moves. A match looks good on paper when it's names like, oh man, Stan Hansen and Bruno Sammartino, or like Hulk Hogan and Inoki, or Stone Cold The Rock. Even nowadays, you go like, okay, Roman versus anyone in WWE on paper, you could be like, yeah, that's looks like a good match, but it's all about the story. It's all about the buildup. It's all about like what the moment means and the level of the event. And you know, a lot of people just don't care about that. They just want to watch move porn, which is a term that I've coined. So, I mean, the card is whatever. But okay, so here's an update, actually. 6,357 tickets distributed for redemption so far, just last minute. Now, Tone fluffs all of these shows every single time. But even if they did 10,000, which I expected they did, when he first announced this, I'm like, okay, every pay-per-view does like 10,000, every TV does like 3,000. And that's not a good thing. They're whittling their fans. People might be like, well, 10,000 for pay-per-views. It's not a good thing in the sense of that when Double or Nothing shouldn't be, that's like their SummerSlam event. So Double or Nothing should be doing like 20,000 fucking people. If WWE does 20,000 people, people cry and go, they've fallen off and shit. So now we're whittling it down to where like Forbidden Door and Redemption are going to do the same sales, and Double or Nothing and like Full Gear are going to do the same sales. Whereas like All In, and again, when All In went to Texas, they did like 18,000 true tickets sold. Thurston like sued the building and all that shit. It was like 18 to 20,000 or something. And then they announced 28,000 people were here. So it's not to shit on them, but it's just a matter of like, what's happening? So let's say 18,000 really bought tickets. In New York, you guys had 14,000 distributed or whatever the number was. So how many actually bought them? In Canada, how many actually bought these? And, you know, AEW famously has just given away tickets by the boatload, by the handful. All in Texas is the most famous instance of that. A lot of people said the first All In. Again, I have friends in the UK who were like, Phil, I was there and it wasn't fucking... It wasn't like I was there when Fury fought and there was, you could tell that 80,000 people were there or whatever. This was not that. So it is what it is, man. And it's not to shit on anybody, but then this is what happens. So Ringside Renaissance posts, pretty soon AEW is going to be paying fans to go to their events. So the lowest prices for tickets are $150. Which is fucking brutal. Now on the Squared Circle subreddit, Ticketmaster selling all-in tickets for $1.50 for blue light card holders. So just saw that those eligible for a blue light card in the UK are able to get discounted all-in tickets for $1.50. This card is a discount for those who work in UK public service roles. Great little perk for those who have a card. Got to move those tickets somehow. So I mean, that is awesome for like if you're like a fireman or a police guy or a ambulance driver lady or whatever. That's awesome. If you work at a bar, though, someone will walk in a week out from the show and hand you 6 tickets for free. And I'm not joking. But Triple H's thoughts says, next time Dave and Tony tell everyone how hot AEW is, just remember that the people attending All In had to decide between buying 4 tickets to the show or a coffee before work. Oh, fuck.
Dummy. Yeah.
Roasted, dude. Like a coffee. And it's true. Now, this isn't for everybody. But it's not like this isn't like Tone for the Sting show last minute. He was fucking selling tickets for $1 and shit to make sure that shit was sold out. Okay. We've chronicled here every All In gets papered to shit every year. I get people who send me pictures of free comped stubs of fucking, and that's any show, but just to the degree, like nowhere do you see a WWE show or like a WWE pay-per-view where they send Brock Lesnar to the fucking cage of a local MMA event to go, hey guys, if you want tickets, just go get them. They're at the front. We want you all to be there. We're giving tickets away like Lashley and Archer had to do in Texas. Like we've seen this innumerable amounts of times. So it's just par for the course, and $1.50 is good. For like first responders or whatever, public servants, whatever the fuck. But also a 50% sale went down. And then the dirt sheets, what they did is they sat there and said things like WWE does a $25 off sale, or there's tickets for $25 for SummerSlam. And they've moved this many tickets. Meanwhile, they finally started announcing matches. I was talking to my guy Husey, and he was telling me, he's like, they need to fucking announce matches for this shit. He's like, why don't they? They know what the plan is. Announce fucking matches, and then people will buy tickets to this shit. Like, I don't know what WWE's doing. On the AEW front, the dirt sheets are like, man, they announced Kenny and fucking Ospreay, and the tickets moved up this much. And it's like, no, dude, they announced a 50% off deal. And you can just Google it. Since the 50% off deal, they moved an X amount and moved more tickets than since they announced Kenny versus Ospreay. And they were still half off for Kenny versus Ospreay when that was announced. Do you get what I'm saying? So WWE finally starts announcing matches and goes, yeah, $25 off. And that's the thing. It's because of both things for both companies. It's the discount and the matches they're announcing. But keep the same fucking energy. Like you don't, if you're a real journalist, you don't lead with announcing Kenny and Ospreay really is moving tickets when the 50% off deal moved more tickets than that. And you can just ask AI about that if you don't believe me. So again, man, and this is what the dirt sheets do, but everyone's melting down about WWE radio. buddy, the Observer's AEW radio. All these fucking Fightful, it's all AEW radio. And dirt sheets. WWE's like, okay, we're gonna like kayfabe a radio station, and everybody's got a radio channel rather, and everyone's melting down. Like, come on, man. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was Ratings Wars. Oh man, oh man. We're gonna see what goes down here in the next set of news. What else are we gonna talk about here? Let's just dive right into the goodies. Oh yeah. So Anthony Joshua comes back, and he got dropped twice in his fight. This is just a little side thing. It's crazy that he gets dropped and shit. Him and Fury's going to be a way better fight than people realize. They think Joshua's just going to clean Fury up, but nah, dude, like he's getting dropped and shit. They're both getting tough fights against relative nobodies compared to them, right? Relatively speaking. But then he wins by knockout. And it's crazy that Joshua comes back from like almost retiring. They said he was going to retire after his friends died and shit in that car wreck, and his trainer and everything. Him and Fury are back fighting, and there's just like no real hype behind that shit, you know? But when they fight each other, that'll be hype. But otherwise, there's just no real hype surrounding any of these fights for whatever reason. Okay, what are we going to talk about? We might as well talk about the Wubs, AE Wubs. Because we have a bit to get to here. As it pertains to AEW. And speaking of AEW, Chris Jericho.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
I went to get another soda water, and there was none. God damn it. I am suing myself. Okay, so let's get into is Collision's not done, is it? Is Collision done? It's not done already. Phil is banned from soda water. Yeah, that would stink. This video made me officially hate Chris. Well, that's unfortunate. Get your likes in. Yeah, hit like, subscribe. Check out patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes, and you can super chat in or gift memberships if you'd like to support. And if you're on Kick, actually, let me just check Kick chat, because I actually don't know if people do shit over there. I can only see what they say in the chat. For some reason, StreamYard doesn't show off if people are like sending kicks and shit, but let's go. Okay, so Ladies and germs, everybody, Ichi Nissan da, because it is time for AEW news.
Do what?
So we have a couple Tone Cringe videos, but we were just talking about Redemption a little bit. We talked about this 6-way ladder match for a number 1 contender shot, which is the dumbest shit of all time. AEW is in Detroit next week, and the Motor City Machine Guns are free agents now. And furthermore, they also made that video being like, yeah, we're going to this company, whatever the fuck, right? So, like, they didn't say AEW, but they're like, there's a company, we're going to this one. We're offered all these crazy contracts. They made a little video. We played it on the show. But I think it's safe to assume that Motor City pulls up in Detroit. Now, AEW had a really good problem on their hands. Okay, the New Day comes in, and then the Bucks, or like the New Day and FTR, or those 3 teams in a whatever. But you got Edge, Christian, Machine Guns, Bucks, FTR, New Day possibly coming in. You're going to have like a 6-way ladder TLC team match or something. They might even do that, because how do you fit all these guys on the show otherwise? You have a tournament. Now they've almost like are working themselves into a fucked up position. Conan! To where they're not even going to be able to book all of these people if they do go to AEW. Right? And we're going to talk a little bit about that more in just a moment, because Doc Gallows was backstage at last night's AEW Dynamite and Collision tapings in Nashville. So I don't know if he just works there, or lives there. Where does he live? I don't know. I'm not trying to dox him, but I don't know if he just like went there because he lives by there, and so he just went to say hello to people. Who really knows? A lot of wrestlers pull up to AEW to just say hello, and then nothing really comes of it. He's already worked there for a cup of coffee. I wouldn't be shocked if he went back there. Speaking of returning soon, Beast Mortis and El Clone both got their visas approved. So again, I hate to felt Dave. Everything's just felting Dave all the time. But Dave was talking about like, when Trump talked about the visas and blah, blah, blah. And it was WWE and UFC and AEW was in there too. But then like AEW just got plagued with fucking visa issues, and that might be everywhere. Who fucking knows? But again,
best guys, Tony Khan.
Shout out Mortis and El Clone. Hopefully they're effective in their roles in AEW. Hard to imagine they will be. So it was also revealed that, according to the Observer, that multiple names are waiting to get signed with WWE, Brian. So apparently there's multiple names. There's a list of 7 names. So everyone who's on a no-compete all of a sudden. Do you know what I mean? Like, so everybody who was just released and is now their contract's coming up. So everyone is fucking waiting to go there. It's fucking nutty. And I'm going to start a poll in the chat. And if you're watching on replay or in a clip, you can let me know in the comments down below. Who do you most want to see go from WWE to AEW? And I'm going to put this up on the screen here. So we have the New Day. We have Sheamus. We have MCMG. And we have, what's one other person? Should we throw, let's say, Zelina, because she just popped up with her new name with an X, right? Zelina. So, guys, vote in the poll, in the chat, wherever you're watching this. Kick YouTuber X. Just go into the chat and vote with a 1 for the New Day, 2 for Sheamus, 3 for MCMG, or 4 for Zelina with an X. Who do you most want to see go from WWE to AEW? My pick is simple. I guess Bailey should have been on there. I fucked up. But everyone will be like, no, we don't want Bailey. So I'm actually going to go with, my pick is the New Day. I'm going to go with the New Day should go there just because they've done everything there is to do as a tag team in pro wrestling. Go fuck around, make some money, and, you know, do the damn thing. So there's 7 names apparently that are waiting, are expecting to be signed. Now, that's not a good thing for Tone because he's just going to get overwhelmed. He's going to get pressured into signing all these people because otherwise the internet's going to be like, why the fuck didn't you sign all these people? And then a bunch of them are going to flounder and do nothing. So if I'm approaching Tone and I'm like a Sheamus, I'm going, buddy, give me like, fella, just put me on the All In show and then sign me up. I'll wrestle on 4 Dynamites and then I'll get the fuck out of your hair. Sign me to 6-month deal, you know, and I'm dipping out. They don't want me in WWE. Like, just get his money quick and dip out while he's still able to give it and is willing to give it. So, we move along here and we're talking about signings and people getting released and people's jobs being up in smoke and up in the air and who knows what's happening to who and when. Jim Ross is also returning and he says he has his sights set on being at AEW All In next month. And he says, I have my sights set on the UK and Wembley, King. Now, I just don't want this to happen, dude. We're going to hear a story. We're going to hear it. I'm telling you right now. He fell. He hurt himself. He's in the hospital. They're going to parade him out there to watch Ospreay and Moxley's match, to call that match, and then he's going to leave. Like, just don't do it, Jim Ross. Unless those, like, wrestling shoot guys, I forget their names. Whatever. Ringside Shoots or whatever the fuck it is. It's not Ringside News, but it's the Inside the Ropes. Unless they also are paying you and taking care of you for like one of those on-stage interviews while you're out there and you get a cut of the door and shit, I would just stay home, Jim Ross. I just want you to be okay, buddy. You don't need to go out there and hurt yourself again. But speaking of people who won't ever be out there again in AEW, Tay Melo, Ty Conti, Sammy Guevara's wife, however you want to chalk her up. She asked for her release a couple weeks ago. Then the rumors came out and they said that she asked for her release back in 2025. So Tone dispelled some rumors, but he just pissed me off personally a whole lot. Okay.
You fucking mark!
Because none of this shit sounds good. So Tony Khan says the status of Tay Melo and Anna Jay is very different on both. He saw a lot of things on them being reported that were inaccurate. Anna Jay is out injured right now and went for an MRI last week. So she just came back. You put Ty J together. Neither of them look better in the ring because they're not getting reps in. Anna Jay's been hurt as much as she's been on fucking TV in AEW. You booked these chicks in hardcore matches. You had Sky Blue and Julia Hart out there last week having a fucking hardcore match with Megan Bayne and Lena Cross, hitting each other with kendo sticks. Meanwhile, Julia Hart and Sky Blue don't even know how to fucking wrestle that good yet. And you're talking about Anna Jay's getting another MRI. She just came back. And then so she just re-signed, isn't going to NXT. So they talked her into signing there again forever. So her career's washed. RIP. Fucking get the Undertaker gone. Because that shit's finished now. And she's out getting an MRI, so hurt. And then she is someone in good standing with AEW. But someone who isn't in good standing anymore, tisk tisk. And all these fucking tards want... Dude, if you go on Reddit, sickos are trashing Sammy Guevara. The sickos have fully turned on him already. They're like, fine, he doesn't want to be there. He's a MAGA guy who likes grapists and all this shit. Like, I'm not joking, dude. I was on Reddit. I don't know why I clicked. I saw something about Sammy, so I clicked on it. And like, I was, I just lurk on Reddit. I don't know why I did that. The mental illness was like unbelievable. And Tony confirmed that Tay Melo did ask for her release, but that happened a few weeks ago, not in 2025. Okay, Tone, so why didn't you release her a few weeks ago? Why didn't you release her a week after? So it took you took some time to levy, let's say for a week. You took a week to just think about, do I have an idea for her? Do I have a plan for her? Do I want to let her go? Is she worth keeping? What can I do to appease her? That should take you like a week's worth of time at the most. And then from there, it's like, okay, so a few weeks go by. Why didn't you release her? Because Tone, I'm going to tell you guys why. Because Tone was ghosting her and just wasn't. This is why fucking Sammy. This is why Sammy changed his bio, quote unquote. Now, allegedly, there was no mention of AEW in there previously. And oh well, who gives a fuck? It's just he's trying to drum up. He said publicly in a podcast interview recently that he doesn't know when he's going to be booked, basically, and he wants to be booked. And the last time he was booked, it was because they were just in town and he was in town, so they were able to book him. Type shit. So, and again, like Sammy Guevara, one of the pillars, the foundation's falling apart. He's now no longer a pillar, I guess, and that's like not what pillars mean. So there is more to that than meets the eye, Brian, than some of these people want to lead on because they must protect Tone no matter what. So why is Tay Melo asking for her release? Like, wouldn't she just be happy collecting a check to sit at home and be a fucking mom if everything was all, the grass was greener? Or maybe that's not the right terminology, or expression, but like if the sun was always shining over there in Philadelphia, over there in Jacksonville, wouldn't she fucking just like collect money and stay home and be like, whatever, no, I'm cool, Tone, you're cool. You want to freeze this time? I'll just take your money forever. It's because she obviously wants more and her husband's clearly disgruntled and they sit at the dinner table and go, we want to get booked. And so Ty, did you get an answer on your release? No. 3 weeks ago, what the fuck? Tone's starting to feel pressure from the IWC. So he caves because he's a message board lurker. Okay. He's from the DVR fucking Wrestling Observer message boards. And this is how he knows these sickos. This is how he's publicly tweeted, Bix, unblock this sicko. This fucking Sodu guy that fucking Nicolo Piccolo's going at and shit. Unblock him publicly. Because he's down with sickos that are so fucking sicko-y that other sickos are like, that's too sicko for me. It's pretty fucking crazy. It's lunacy, actually, right? But that's how deep the sickodom goes with Tone. So he's chronically online. He sees what people are saying, and he's like, fuck, I'm going to get challenged and called out for like freezing her. And it's going to be another story of disgruntled employees and shit. And so he reveals that he's going to grant her release. Now, I wonder, because Tay Melo put out some cryptic fucking Instagram posts or something. And maybe we can pull it up here. I just didn't bother to bookmark it, but now I'm like, fuck, I should have just bookmarked it. But if you look this up here, people are like, it's cryptic, man. Tay Melo cryptic, I'll type in. And like, WWE had her. I don't know if NXT would have her again. Who fucking knows? But listen to what she had to say here.
I had always dreamed of having a pink tree, so we ordered one. It arrived in my house in a pot. Then we placed the pot near to the irrigation system and waited for the guy to come plant it. Days went by. He didn't show up, and my tree started to die. One morning, I looked at it, and it looked completely dead. I was so frustrated. I felt like I had wasted money, time, and my dream. But then my husband said, why don't we try to save it?
So people are like, it's cryptic. No, it's pretty overt what she's doing. She's saying, I went to AEW. I was promised the moon. I was in NXT. They were sticking me with Undisputed Era and all this shit. I go to AEW. I'm one of the first OG girls there. Like, really think about Ty Conte. She was there from the Jump Street, and she was featured prominently, and people were like, she's the shits. And it's like, okay, well, they're banking on her. They're going to try and turn her into something. And then Tone botched that. So she's pretty overtly saying she was fucking disgruntled, and clearly Sammy is too. Sammy's going, why don't we fix it? And then he does a little cute little new bio post and shit like that. Like, it's pretty clear that they're not fucking happy. They're like a bunch of people, and they just got misused. They're promised a bunch of shit that Tone doesn't deliver on. She thought she was going to be developed near the irrigation system, right? She thought she was going to blossom into this beautiful pink tree, a beautiful champion. And that just never happened. And then she even said, one day I looked at it and it was dead. She's talking about herself. She's talking about, I looked at myself in the mirror wearing this fucking gear, and I did my makeup, and I'm standing there with Anna Jay, and we're going out there to lose a fucking tag match on Collision. I'm going, what the hell? It's pretty clear what she's saying, guys. It's not that cryptic. I don't know why I didn't bookmark this. Anyways.
Don't throw it away. Let's water it a little more. So every day, on top of the automatic irrigation, we use the hose, giving it extra water.
The hose. So Sammy Guevara going, new bio. So on top of the irrigation system, like on top of already what we can do, like asking for my release, you know what we do? We add a little more, we put a little gas on that fire. It's fucking clear as day what she's saying.
And then yes, it did started to show signs of life, but it was not thriving. Then I realized something. It didn't just need more water. It needed to be planted where it was meant to grow. So
she was not meant to grow in AEW. Nobody is. Everybody stagnates, or they loop, or they build momentum, and then Tone fumbles it.
We plant it in the ground. And the few
the Acclaimed get over. Okay, but wait. First Swerve and Keith Lee got to win the time that you guys could win the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, someone starts getting popular. Okay, but hold on. Wait. I need to do this first. And then he fumbles it.
2 days later. This is my tree. Beautiful. Blooming. Like it's meant to be. And you see, the tree only looked like it was dying because it was living in a place it was never meant to stay.
See, she's saying, dude, I was never meant to stay in AEW. Holy Tone, get your shit together, bud.
But don't take me wrong. The pot wasn't bad. In fact, the pot served a really important purpose.
Yes, fucking you met your husband, and the pot did. AEW served a great purpose. It gives people millions of dollars and hundreds of thousands of dollars, and you meet your husband or whatever the fuck, you meet your wife. Can't be mad at that. You know, and I never discourage anybody from going and taking Tone's money. Like, you just go there. I'd fucking just sign a 2-year deal and just fucking, okay, let's ride it. If you're young enough, right? Who gives a fuck? Let's take his money and all right, I don't get booked the whole time. Try and stay healthy so we can't freeze my shit and get the fuck out of here.
It protected the tree during the journey from the nursery to my home. But the pot was never meant to be its permanent home. The ground was. Be grateful for the pot, but pay attention on the ground. Have a good one.
It's a good analogy and good for her. I mean, she seems genuinely happy that she's fucking out of there. And if they brought her back to, and this is what I was saying too, her and Guevara in NXT would run that joint. You mean to tell me they couldn't market that kid and hopefully hone in his promos and reel him in, teach him how to not be so cringy? He'd be main eventing against like sooner or later, you know, and they could go to AAA. There's a mixed tag title division that they take seriously, man. It'd be there fucking tomorrow. You know, and Guevara's done shit in CMLL. That would be another blow to them in that war. Tone's fucking up, man. Tone's fucking up. And when he called Sammy Guevara a pillar, that was already like, are you kidding me? This kid has all the potential in the world. He wrestled in AEW's first ever match, and you've never like figured it out with him. Jericho tried his ass off, but you can only do so much, you know? And once Jericho was away doing other shit, you know, Guevara's off there to fend for himself, and he's just not that good. He's reckless and shit in the ring, you know, a little bit. You reel that in. You know, I don't lump Guevara. I never have lumped Guevara in with like the Garcias and Yutas and shit. I just don't want to see them on TV. With Guevara, he's not a guy like, oh, fuck, Guevara, I'm changing the channel. He just doesn't know who he is. He doesn't have like... It's just being honed in NXT. There's so many people. Anna Jay, Sky Blue, Julia Hart, maybe Tay Melo. She was already there. I don't know. I'm not like saying she's going to be the greatest of all time or Sammy's going to be. I'm not even saying Sammy will go to the main roster, but in NXT and AAA, they'd crush there. They'd do really good things, man. And so I think they know that. And this could be a fumble. You know why? Because look how over like Lola Vice is. That's all I'm saying. Tay Melo has that same potential, provided I know she's like Brazilian and like speaks Portuguese and all of that, but it's still that Latino heat. You know, I don't know if they consider themselves, but you know what I'm saying, right? And Guevara's obviously, I think he's what? He's like is Sammy Guevara, is he Dominican or is he Puerto Rican or I can't remember exactly. He is Cuban. He's Cuban. There you go. There you go. So again, and you'll have people melt down the way, you know, Dave tried to melt down about like, oh, this person isn't even Mexican or whatever, but they're Puerto Rican and shit, and they're in AAA. Like, they all get it, you know? And the dirt sheets don't get it, but I'm sure WWE gets it, and they understand why crossing those things over are important, you know? And they had like the LWO Puerto Rico chapter almost for a minute there, right? So I'm not saying Sammy Guevara does that, but imagine he joins like Perro del Mal or something. Imagine like he's gonna have to do that. It could just be him and her. And I'm not saying that's gonna happen. Like Guevara could be locked in for years. Who fucking knows? But it's clear as day what her message was there. And lastly, I want to say, because the Observer goes, Tony Khan has confirmed that Anna Jay recently signed a new AEW contract, but is currently sidelined with an undisclosed injury after undergoing an MRI last week. Man, it's really shitty if this is how Tay Melo figured out she was fired too. Tone does this dumbass press release and goes, I'll grant it for her. And then she's at home going, what? So did he grant it? Is he going to? Should I expect the call now? What the fuck is going on? Right? And in chat, if the average fan doesn't know who Guevara is, that doesn't matter. You're bringing him in to build him up. So obviously he wouldn't go to the main roster, but I'm talking like down the line. Would he become one of the great intercontinental champions? I don't even see that. I don't even care about that. NXT AAA, he's perfect for that. He's fucking perfect for that. And then you can rebuild this guy and show people who he is and hone in his shit. They fucked up badly. You know, I think that's a bad fuck up to upset one of the pillars too, because it's not that he was, but it's the fact that Tone said he was a pillar, so then the pillars are crumbling. But the sickos are like, oh man, everything's fine. Move along, nothing to say here, as Officer Barbrady would say. Tony Khan's like, move along, everything's great. And it's like, buddy, you called him a pillar, and the pillars are crumbling. What happens when the pillars crumble? Why don't you tell me what happened? Well, when you cut the I-beams, when you cut the pillars in a diagonal fashion, and there's molten metal at the bottom. You know what I'm saying? It's an inside job. Thermite paint. Well, it depends. I don't know. Was the pillar painted with thermite paint? Why don't you tell me? They'd get over in the Baja. I live in the Baja. I run a promotion. Tell Tay Melo to call me on the phone. I don't have a phone number, no. Oh, what do I know? Why don't I tell you? SHIELD Team 6. I was in underwater demolition. Axe, Crush, and Smash were all there. Okay, so this just all ties into like the uncertainty you have in AEW as a talent. So something we've discussed, again, just innumerable times. AEW talent, and this is a courtesy of Ringside News, AEW talent don't know if they're booked for Collision until Dynamite. So again, where's the source on this? Several AEW... So this is according to fucking Alvarez, who's getting fed up with AEW and Dave's shit, right? Maybe he's wrong. In my opinion, though, we already know this. I already know this. We've known this forever. Sammy Guevara recently just said fucking... I mean, I was in town, so they booked me. Dave's confused. Everyone's confused why they don't promote Hangman. It's because it was a last-minute thing where Hangman lives in town, and at the last minute, because he doesn't give a fuck about the company either. He does not care about the company. And he goes, yeah, sure, I'll come in. And, like, I hate to tell you.
Phil Marks of PWT. He says, I told you so.
626 for 2. Sweet, says jet fuel doesn't melt steel pillars. Hashtag the Baja. Well, why don't you tell me what temperature jet fuel burns at? Holy fuck, man. So like nobody knows when they're booked. Nobody knows when they're coming to work. A bunch of people don't want to do it. A lot of people, again, I stuck up for the boys when nobody else would. I stuck up for the boys. People still shit on that. Oh, they know show to shit. No, they fucking didn't. There's no communication, bro. And at last minute, if you have to ask 15 times, hey, are you going to need us? Are you going to need us? Are you going to need us? And then the Thursday before the weekend, and then they start switching up how they do travel all of a sudden. You're like, what the fuck? You know, like that is... Now, could they have made it? And I'm sure, yes, they could have rented a car, brought the receipt in. They didn't want to fucking do that because they got chewed out. Like people were, people were huffing and puffing about it when they bring in the receipts because they don't like dealing with that shit. To them, it's just more stress, more paperwork. And Tone just sloughs it all off. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes, though, in AEW, you get the boot because of WWE. Now, I keep bringing this gentleman up, and I should just get him back on the show. But Nicolo Piccolo, man, he described this in Ratings Wars. We talked about this. Okay. Nicolo Piccolo has discussed how TKO and Paramount, like they want a stranglehold, essentially, I guess is the way I'll summate it. And they want like a position of power in this field, in this industry. And they want as many of those as possible. They want to run pro wrestling. And it's not just Paramount, but it's also TKO. But they're all fucking friends. We can't dismiss that they're all friends. Not friends like fake friends like Tony Khan thinks everybody's friends and hugs people and doesn't have a good perception of who his real friends are and shit. He's fucking squeeze hugging Okada and shit like this after he's met him twice. Like, you know, Tone doesn't have a good perception because he's an online billionaire online kid. So he doesn't really know. No friends are really real in that pompous fucking everyone's rich. You go to this private school and then this guy moves to Japan. So your best friend's a new guy the next year because you fucking private school, rich kid fucking life. No, like he doesn't, all these guys are weirdos. Zuckerberg, Musk, they're fucking weirdos. Okay. Tone falls into that category. It's not that crazy to say that. And when it comes to TKO and Paramount, dude, they are getting AEW talent fired from jobs and making sure that certain wrestlers don't even wrestle on shit that might appear on my AEW. That's how big their reach is. Like, this is affecting AEW. And I said this for a while. I think they're just kind of fucking with Tone to start, and then they're just going to move in at the opportune time and just step on his neck. And that's what they're doing. Like, they are just effectively snuffing out the flame right before all this Paramount WB merger shit and their TV deals coming up. It's like the perfect timing. And if you really think about it, like, I don't think Vince sweated AEW for 1 second. I don't think he really sweated any other. He just did his own thing, and that's what you got to do. And I always say that. I'm like, God damn it, if Tone just ignore everybody, nose to the fucking grindstone. Nose to the grindstone, is that the real? Just fucking head down, get to work, head on a swivel, but head down, get to work, and just grind it out and make some fucking stars. Like, don't worry what everyone else is doing. I've given that advice to TNA, even WWE, but it's not that WWE's doing this because they're worried about, they're doing it to fuck with AEW. If they did no WrestleMania watch-alongs, it would make no difference. But it's just a fucking way for them to make American currency into their company while they're also in Saudi Arabia for WrestleMania. Like, obviously, I'm surprised they haven't done these watch-alongs already and shit. It was the obvious next step that was coming regardless, right? Like, if AEW existed or not, and let's say AEW or WWE was in the same position, this would be the logical next step. Hey, we're going to Saudi, so watch parties everywhere. What's old is new. It's like old closed circuit, how it used to be back in the day. Okay, makes perfect fucking sense. Very Vince move of them. I'm coming back, pal. Yeah, I invented closed circuit. Yeah. So now WWE is affecting jobs that people have in and around the wrestling industry already, and they're just stepping on the throat of AEW at this point. Now, it's not like they go, oh, Thunder Rosa, yeah, this will really get to Tone, but it's just a byproduct, and it's so sad that, again, she had all the momentum in the world. Yes, dealt with some injuries, but her and Britt objectively were super fucking over with not just this audience, the AEW sicko audience, but you had WWE fans going, yeah, bring them in. And even before Thunder Rosa ever went to AEW, I personally was hoping she would show up in WWE. I always thought that was the better place for her. And I've been a fan of her since before. A lot of people were, since her NWA run and whatnot. She signed with AEW, probably more money and shit, more freedom she got to have. And again, if it wasn't for AEW, she wouldn't have had those like hardcore match or two with fucking Britt Baker that really like got Thunder Rosa over as well. Like those matches, even though Britt Baker was being a mark going, oh, I hope Meltzer rates at 5 stars. That aside, like those were good matches for their careers, like to get them over. And it was like a unique thing. Now every week in AEW, there's women doing hardcore shit. But then it was like, holy fuck, man, these chicks went out there, had a hardcore fight. You don't see that all the time. Some people were turned off by it, but everybody was talking about it. Good, bad, or indifferent. And that really helped them. And it's just unfortunate that she got hurt for so fucking long, Thunder Rosa, that is, that she just can't be used and is now getting booted off her Busted Open gig. And then also Britt Baker's just nowhere to be found. Right? And so those close to the situation believe Thunder Rosa will no longer be involved with Busted Open Radio following the WWE Radio rebrand. So we'll dive more into that in a bit, but WWE has their own SiriusXM channel now. And it was confirmed. Thunder Rosa posted this. After 4 unforgettable years, it's time to turn the page. Some chapters in life change you forever, and this has been one of them. Being a part of Busted Open has been so much more than sitting behind a microphone. It gave me the opportunity to share my perspective, connect with wrestling fans around the world, and celebrate the sport that has given me so much. I'm especially grateful to Tony Khan for believing in me, trusting me to represent AEW, and allowing me to contribute my voice to one of the most respected wrestling shows in our industry. To La Greca, Dreamer, Bully, Mark Henry, the producers, and everyone behind the scenes, thank you for welcoming me, challenging me, inspiring me, and making me feel like family. Every conversation made me better, and every show reminded me why I love this business. Most importantly, thank you to everyone who listened, watched, commented, and supported me throughout these 4 years. Whether you agreed with me or challenged my perspective, you became part of this journey, and I'll always be grateful for that. While this chapter comes to an end, my journey continues. I'm excited for what's ahead, and I can't wait to keep sharing my passion for professional wrestling with all of you. The microphone may be off for now, but my voice isn't going anywhere. We ain't going nowhere. This isn't goodbye. It's simply the beginning of a new chapter. I'll see you all very soon. So she gets used now and again in AEW, and she's not on Busted Open. So WWE like got her shit canned because they're only going to talk about WWE. We'll talk about that more, but Rosenberg's already like, I got a show. And we'll get into everybody's comments surrounding that. I see I got a super chat here. Johnny Chevron. Yeah. For 5 says, what's your prediction for tonight's Lucha main event? Dirty Dom becomes the leader of Perros del Mal. It's a hot Lucha summer because Phil don't miss. Dude, I love it. I love this super chat. I love what you're asking me. I think that would be...
This just in from Phil Marks of PWT. He says, I told you so.
Yeah, the hot Lucha summer was like the craziest thing I ever pulled off of being like, guys, allegedly, you're going to want to get to WWE if you're a luchador. I was on that shit for months. I was like, dude, my audience is going to get sick of hearing this shit because I didn't think it was going to be... It just all came so quickly. I thought we'd like hear rumblings first and then like a story gets leaked, but no, just WWE announces they fucking... I was like, holy shit. And they were looking at Japan. I promise you guys that. So will that happen? Hopefully. But they were looking at Japan, at Feds, okay? I know that. And whether it's Noah or whatever, they were looking at, do we buy into some shit? And I also don't know, were they trying to do Japan and Mexico, or was it like, we're looking in Japan? Well, let's look at Mexico. I mean, AAA, I don't know anything like that. I just know what the fuck went down with that and that with the AAA side, and that was crazy how that happened. What's my prediction? Bro. Yeah, I say you do that. What you're saying. Dom joins that group, swerves everybody, get him heated up again. Undertaker, note, because I've been saying it, Dom's kind of cooled off. Taker will know how to heat him up again. You know? Taker will know how to heat him up again, and it's by joining that group. But then what happens with like the Judgment Day shit on SmackDown? They just, or like on WWE, they just treat it like it's nothing. Kind of like Petrovich, so she's just kind of in 2 factions. 626 for 2. Sweet. Says TKO, Jews, Israel buying propaganda media. Shocking, boy. I don't know, dude. You are racist. That's all I got. Now that's conspiracy. Oh, why don't you tell me down in the Baja about what Israel's doing involved in the pro wrestling business? Hey, let me tell you, Goldberg, the sparklers, he breathes out smoke. Hello, thermite paint. I don't know, man. You're crazy. That's crazy shit. You're saying crazy shit. Let's move along here. We have more news here. AEW news. So let's just like mark out about some stuff because Phil marks out about everything, okay? So at San Diego Comic-Con, both companies had a presence there. And pardon the doom scrolling. Yes, all my clips are here. And so, you know, Ricochet and Kyle Fletcher, they both got their own popsicles because they both really suck. I'm dropping jokes. I'm a jokester now. So yeah, SDCC's going off. I see Doom. I see Marvel Studios Hall H is trending. The fucking witches at San Diego Comic-Con, the like Doom witches, like sorceresses, they're fucking Marvel sneaking in and changing the colors of their wardrobe every day and shit. I'm fucking pumped for Doomsday, man. I can't wait for that shit. And Spider-Man. I haven't been this excited in a while for some superhero shit. Like I really loved Superman, but I wasn't like, oh my God, fucking Superman and like Supergirl, whatever. Spider-Man and Avengers I'm getting hyped for. So especially with all the X-Men tie-in and X-Men 97. If you guys are watching that cartoon, going off. But AEW was there too. Make no bones about it. And they had All Elite treats. And Mike Bailey was handing out ice creams and shit. And Stinkashay, Fingershay. I heard his is a poop flavor. I heard he has like a pecan, like a nutty a nutty turd flavor popsicle. And then you have Kyle Fletcher, the proto star, and they have their own treats here at San Diego Comic-Con.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are here at the San Diego Comic-Con with the AEW treat truck. Look at what they got us. They got us their own custom, what do you call this in this country? Popsicles?
Popsicles.
I'd call it like an iced lolly.
Look how beautiful that popsicle is.
Look at my little sunglasses, huh?
No, look at that. It looks just like me. It looks just like me.
It looks bold as hell. Bold as hell. Don't worry about it. Don't worry.
Yeah, you could say it looks just like him, like a numbskull. Yeah, because you're a real numbskull, pal. Norm Macdonald at the fucking Bob Saget roast. One of the greatest sets of all time. So speaking of Kyle Fletcher, he got in a brawl at San Diego Comic-Con as well. And let's see how this went down.
I'm standing right here, Kyle.
There was more pops for the return of Rick Moranis and Spaceballs 2 than there was for anything AEW had going on, but they tried. I'm not against doing some shit like
I'm standing right here, Kyle.
And I'm standing right here. What are you gonna do about it? What?
What are you going to do? This is America. I thought this was America. And the problem with Brody King is he just looks like the guy sitting next to him. You know what I'm saying? Like he just looks like that dude right there, the fat guy with the fanny pack. So it's like, do people know even who this guy is? You know, you're opening the door here for fans to get in the way a little bit.
What are you gonna do, huh?
I mean, such mild pops again. Do we need to play Rick Moranis' Standing O for Spaceballs too? You know what I'm saying? Like the Spaceballs cinematic universe got more pops than whatever the fuck's going. No, I'm not trying to hate on them, but like to have a Lucha run up and then take his Lucha mask off to reveal the other Lucha mask, whatever. The Bandito did get a bit of a pop. But this seemed a little sketchy to me. I'm like, dude, some fan could like half not know what's going on and get involved in this. Like, see, they're crashing into people. And the problem is that we saw less happen. So that right there, they actually crashed into people, Tone. And then you're reaching over the table trying to pull them apart. So you're the kayfabe killer. This is what I mean. These people hate pro wrestling, I swear to God. Because when Punk wobbled the desk in front of you, choking out Jack Perry, you said you feared for your life on television and said, for real, you did. So we get this as a work and part of the show, but you can't then be like reaching over the table and like even you should not be present when they do angles like this. So it makes everyone look fucking stupid for everyone who remembers that. Look, they wrecked a fucking monitor over there. Like Tone's like, oh, I got to pay for that. Dad, can I borrow your Amex?
You're done!
Well, I plan to brawl, Dad, so the no limit. Give me the no limit one, the gold card.
I'm standing right here, Kyle.
And I'm standing.
I don't know, an okay piece of business. I like when people wear shoots like that kind of in public, you know? So speaking of working the shoot, man, Bowens, who was like a shoot he's a modern day Macho Man Randy Savage, right? He can play ball. And he hit a home run again, this time at Dodger Stadium. And this guy's getting over as the guy on AEW's social media that hits home runs. I've said this a billion times. Go back years on PWT and listen to me talking about Bowens and Caster are dope. I really like Caster. Bowens is the guy who could break off and actually, like, he's got everything. He's a good-looking young fellow. He's got muscles. He's got the look. He thinks he's cool. The knees get weak whenever I'm around. They see me talk, but it's guys. Because he's gay. They hear me walk, except for it's dudes. No, but he's a sexy boy. He's a good-looking dude. He's jacked up. He fucking gets invited. Like, all of a sudden, he's at random red carpets for movies. Netflix does the Tudums. The WWE people come out. All of a sudden, Anthony Bowens comes out. And he's just on the red carpet. The only AEW person invited to the Netflix Tudums. Like, why aren't we pushing him? The fuck are we doing? You know, he's a legit model. He's been in commercials. And then even randomly, like, that video went viral. We played it on the show recently where Neon, that dumb fuck who exposed Pantel Zero Miedo at Fanatics Fest, Neon's ex-girlfriend, I guess, is a streamer or whatever, and she was streaming in a gym, and the clip went viral because it was like her first stream or some shit like that. I don't know. It was getting passed around on all the like streamer social medias that keep up with streamers and shit. And Bowens is just in the background lifting weights. And he fucking quote tweeted it. He's like, I was wondering who they were, right? And then that tweet went kind of viral. Like, the guy's just everywhere something's popping. This guy is sure to pop up. He's a guy that needs to get to WWE, in my opinion. Will he be a world champion and shit? I don't know. Some people might be like, oh, come on now, Phil. That's not very fair. I don't give a fuck what you're saying. I'm telling you. This guy there's potential in AEW, just has not taken advantage of it. Anyways, here's him clacking a fucking homer. He's just clacking.
Let's go, baby. Home run number 2 in the MLB Stadium. Let's go.
I mean, a real athlete. Use the fucking guy, Tone. But no, this is who gets used. You know, a chubby fucking guy who may or may not be abusing his family for clicks and clout, and a dumbass who does dumbass shit and abuses himself and allegedly his ex-girlfriends for clicks and
allegedly
clout. That's allegedly, in my opinion. In other people's opinion. Tone invests in this. So here's Darby Allin. He brought out Big Boom AJ and Big Justice and the whole family to his compound.
Hey, yo, what up? It's Darby Allin. We got the Boom family today at the Darby compound. Let's bring the boom!
We bring the boom. We bring the boom to you. We bring the boom. We bring the boom to everyone. We bring the boom. Your favorite father is on.
Every afternoon on your FYP.
Oh my God, Tone just bought all of this shit for Darby. Bro, this is where your investment went. He can't sell any. Darby does not move tickets. And this is where your money. Oh my God.
We bring in the boom around the 3:15.
We bring the boom so loud the whole earth shakes.
With double chunk chocolate cookies.
And chicken bakes, biceps and triceps.
And here's the thing, like, I'm not trying to be, but if that's my kid, it's like you're wearing a helmet. Oh, there's a roll bar, dude. We're all good. Until some fucking flaming shrapnel that flies off the side of the fucking, thing hits you in the fucking head. Hits the kid in the head, Darby, you dumbass.
Chicken bakes, biceps and triceps, bring the boom that everybody deserves.
And we call him Big Justice, because that's what.
No, I agree. You got to live a little, but like, holy fuck, dude.
We bring the happiness and laughter when we enter the room, and we're changing up the world with the boom.
Darby, you don't need an ice bath, Darby. Darby owns an ice bath like he's Joe Rogan. Darby, what you need is like one of those room fans that go back and forth. You just stand in front of one of those, turn the cold shower on. You have half an inch of muscle on your body. Okay.
We're changing up the world with the Boom Boom Dude. We bring the boom. That's what we do. We bring the boom. We bring the boom to you. We bring the boom. We bring the boom to everyone. We bring the boom. Your favorite father and son. We bring the boom.
See, I told you everybody was gonna be safe. Nobody died.
And like, this is the coolest shit ever. Oh man, a fucking dirt bike and a flamethrower, bro. Holy shit. Like, it's cool if you're a middle schooler. Like, this is literally blank check. Oh, I know, dude. I'm going to get a big airbag and put it off my roof so I can fucking jump off my roof from time to time. It's just jackass, like middle schooler. People are like, why isn't jackass cool anymore? You see, I was lurking Reddit and the jackass subreddit's like, I don't know, man. Something's just missing. I can't quite put my finger. Yeah, you're an adult. That shit was cool when we were like 14. We watched CKY and all that stuff. You know what I mean? It's just, it's not cute. It's like, you know, you're not impressing anybody. You're just, and like jackass is cool, but like Darby, you're a pro wrestler. Like, what are you doing? And, oh, it's pro skateboarding, man. It's like, yeah, Tony Hawk Underground was cool when PlayStation 2 was a thing, okay? It's like, this shit is, it's like if you're a middle schooler, you're like, oh man, this is the awesomest stuff ever. But otherwise, like, and that's what they made this video for, by the way. Like with the like, that's who the Zaboomafoo family or whatever they're called, fucking, that's where they market to, is kids and shit, right? But then you go watch a Darby match and it's like a dude fucking himself up for real and like being drowned in a fishbowl and stuff, and you're like, all right, jumping through panes of glass.
See, I told you everybody was gonna be safe. Nobody died.
The best day ever, Darby. This is awesome.
Thank you.
All right, we gotta get rolling. They listen big justice.
And then he sells for the kid.
Hey, yo, what up? It's
Oh my God, he sold for the kid. Tony Khan. No, Darby Allin. So guys, that was AEW news. We will get into the best guys, Tony Khan, but that was AEW news. Bruv. Oh my God, they're announcing crazy. Oh, no way. Guys, they did it. Ryan Gosling is Ghost Rider, directed by Sean Levy. Oh shit, they're doing it. See, the world is healing. Marvel's like, yo, we're going to reboot this shit and we can't fuck around anymore. From phase 4 on, we just wasted everybody's time. So again, Sean Levy's done Night at the Museum, Free Guy. A lot of people like that movie. I'm not like the biggest fan or whatever, but people like it. You know, Deadpool and Wolverine, Real Steel, which I think was like a bit of a sleeper hit. He's done some movies. So he also did the famous Jet Jackson TV show. Do you guys remember the famous Jet Jackson? Holy, was that a good Disney show? So fucking awesome, dude. Gosling is Ghost Rider. Get the fuck out of here. That is spectacular. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fucking, now I know why everything's trending, right? I gotta tap in. I'm missing out here today. I've been working and outside and fucking prowling for wrestling news. Not so much SDCC, but damn, that puts a smile on my face. So we're going to get into making fun of Tone. Gosling is popular among ladies. Yeah, and he's a tremendous actor who can fucking... It's like when you cast a guy like Robert Downey for fucking Iron Man. You're like, oh, okay. Okay, he was a looker. You know, he's still... He's got appeal with ladies who might just want to see him in the fucking thing. But he's like a guy where you're like, oh, that's Iron Man. You know, that's Tony Stark. even though he played it largely different, but it's just the look and whatnot. Ryan Gosling, you believe him as a Ghost Rider, you know what I mean? And obviously he'll have the CGI flame head, but if you look at pictures of Johnny Blaze in the fucking comics, like he fits many interpretations of that character very well. So that's going to fucking rule, and that's literally fan casting right now. So anyways, we're going to get off the Marvel talk, but that fucking rules. That just popped up in my timeline, and that's got me all giddy. So I just want to look up Tony Khan is the best guy. One thing, I'll tell you why. Okay, so we're going to make fun of Tone here. We have 2 Tone videos in their totality, both from the same day. Now, one of them has 8,400 views. Okay, and this is from a few days ago. The other one doesn't even have 5,000 views, guys. And this is what I'm fucking saying. Like, nobody who's watching this, Tony Khan, other than the PWT universe, nobody is watching these. And even we aren't. We're just making fun of it. And if other sports fans that know you're affiliated with their team, so they might follow you, Tone, like let's say there's Jaguars fans who follow you because they're fans of the Jaguars, they turn this on and they go, what a fucking putz. If they even do that. But to only be able to reach not even 5,000 people and 8,500 people. And again, the views for these used to be like 34,000, 24,000, 11,000. We've been tracking it 13,000. Now it's 4,800 like days later and 8,400. Like even the sickos have fallen off of watching your bullshit, terrible live streams after you texted Dave Meltzer that should be on the TV show. If you're making matches and people are looking for fights, this should be on the fucking TV show. But instead, your tie's not even done up. You're one cup in it. You just go to wherever there's a fucking light. Like you don't even have a light. You don't even have a good camera. He films it all on his phone, his personal phone, then uploads the shit. It's only a matter of time before we get an accidental dick pic that he's sending fucking Dave or something. Okay? So let's get into this here. This was before Wednesday Dynamite, and I think after Wednesday Dynamite, if my timeline's correct. And again, he's just standing in front of like, here's a fern. And then you have fucking these chairs that are awkward. Like this piece of chair at the bottom shouldn't be in the shot. Either stand up or sit down in the chair. Like, why is there just a chair like facing to the rest of the room? Are you in a fucking hotel room? Is this a penthouse suite and we're about to get some fucking cuck action?
I think that we've just had a fantastic Wednesday Night Dynamite. It was the go-home Wednesday Night Dynamite ahead of the big AEW Redemption pay.
So was this after Dynamite? This was after Dynamite. Whatever order it's in, it don't fucking matter. He's a goofball. Let's get into it. The big AEW. So this is how you know when these guys lie. The stuff that's the smallest, they go, it's the biggest, honey, I swear. Oh, go. Right? It's like a trick. Like this has been your smallest pay-per-view in a while, attendance-wise, and it's going to be pay-per-view buys-wise. Even Dave is anticipating that. Because he knows he can't sit there and continue his streak. That's why he was like, they should have done Okada. Why? Because then Dave could have lied and went, oh, they did 190,000 buys this time because Okada and Omega is such a great draw. That's what he wants to do, but he knows he can't lie about Kevin Knight like that and bury MJF and shit. So he's got to be like, oh, they only did 175,000. And he's just making it up. But this is going to be the lowest Google Trends, the lowest pay-per-view buys, I bet even lower than Forbidden Door, even though we don't have any metric. We can just estimate based off trends, which we will do here at PWT. So stay locked into this show. And we only know based off attendances, right? And the attendance is one of their worst attended pay-per-views in a while.
Review this Sunday, and I'm so excited about tonight's Dynamite. If you haven't seen it yet, it's going to be on at 8 p.m. Pacific on TBS West and on HBO Max. You can stream it, but make sure if you haven't seen tonight's Dynamite yet, I just thought it was an awesome show, and I think you'll really enjoy it. You can watch it on TBS West. And speaking of this big week ahead, speaking of AEW Redemption, I can't wait for this show. I think it's going to be an absolutely fantastic event. One note coming out of tonight's Dynamite. I'd been hoping that he was going to be available to participate in this week's TV. We have, of course, the big Dynamite and AEW Collision this Saturday.
You said that, Tone.
One of the top international stars.
Holy shit, I feel like he's been droning on for 3 minutes, and it's not even one. We're at the 1 minute mark.
And somebody who I felt was in line to be the
every time he goes, oh, we're getting ready for the show, and somebody who I something ad lib it, mad lib it, right? And someone that I this wrestler, and then I just start rambling about this wrestler, and then I go into this other wrestler. What is the point of this? You're losing viewers in these live streams, Tone.
Contender for the international title, arguably. He's undefeated here in AEW. He's never been pinned, and he's one of the greatest wrestlers in the world, and that's Mystico. And we've learned now, unfortunately, because of the injuries he sustained at Arena Mexico and that attack on Friday night, Mystico is not cleared to wrestle for us this week, and Mystico is not cleared to wrestle at Redemption. I'm hopeful, very optimistic, that Mystico will be back for Grand Slam Mexico, but we can't have Mystico for Redemption, and given the circumstances, to make the best of it, I thought Mystico would be a great challenger to whoever wins that big international title fight at Redemption between Bandito and Kyle Fletcher. I do think that it's a great opportunity to introduce new challengers and more competition at AEW Redemption. Given that Mystico is out indefinitely, hopefully not too long, but definitely not going to be with us for the next few weeks, I've decided to crown a new...
I'm trying to let him go, guys. I want, like, every fucking sentence, I want to rip his head off. What do you mean? Just his like breaths in between the sentences. Dude, you're not even confident in what you're saying. Don't say it. Just don't say it then. No one will care.
Number one contender.
And the 8,000 people watching this, Tone, they all know this stuff. They don't care. You can just announce the match and they'll like it. Like, are you trying to get Elon bucks? I don't understand what's good. Like, why do you even make these videos?
The international title, a new challenger to whoever wins the Kyle Fletcher versus Bandito international title fight. And I think that the best way to do that will be via a 6-way ladder match, something very exciting for the fans at AEW Redemption. And given that we want to have a great field, give a lot of people a chance to get in, we're going to have qualifying matches for the final 2 spots in the ladder match this week on Collision.
So just random people that you decide get to be in the match. And we talked about this earlier. They're having a 6-way ladder match where the winner pulls a contract and then you fucking then are a number 1 contender for the international title instead of just having the ladder match be for the title and have a 6-man scramble after you establish some guys or whatever. Again, man, if WWE did this, they would get shamed. Why is the scramble match a ladder match? The point of the ladder isn't just, well, let's throw a fucking ladder in there, motherfuckers, and let's see what they can do. The point of the ladder match, Tone, is like, hey, this guy's got a fake copy of the belt. You know, you got to climb up and there can only be one. The money in the bank. You get that briefcase, it's hanging up high. You pull it down and you get to call your shot whenever. Or like, there's 2 belts. We need to figure out who gets the belt or whatever. And I understand a lot of, like, even at WrestleMania, they're like, okay, a tag team ladder match. I get that aspect, but again, this is where Tone leaves shit on the table. He could be building up to this with his high flyers. He could give a reason why it's a fucking ladder match instead of just, we're going to have a ladder number 1 contender. The ladder match isn't supposed to be for the number 1 contender. That's like 1 step away from Viagra on a pole, from putting shit on a pole, dude. Like, the number 1 contender match happens, or like, here's the guys who qualify. So not only is it 4 random guys, but then Tone goes, and we're going to have qualifiers for some of them. If I was one of the guys who was forced to get a qualifier, I'd be jumping the other guys backstage. Fuck that. You just got let into this match. I had to qualify to even get it. I had to beat myself up to even get in this thing. Why do only some of the guys have to qualify? You might not like how WWE does the shit either for an interim title. But I'm okay with that, right? When you have like, okay, this champion's gone, so we're going to hang another belt up there, and then we're going to have the ladder match. The winner who pulls down the belt, we don't know who to choose because there's too many women who could vie for it, so we're going to have a 6-woman whatever. But Tone just was watching WWE lately, got the same idea, realized he only had 2 weeks, so was only having 2 qualifiers. WWE, at least, say what you will, but everyone has to at least qualify for it, which fills TV time and gives you a through line story-wise. So at least give them that, because I'm not the biggest fan of this shit either. Oh, qualifiers all the time, tournaments all the time. But like at least they flesh it out. Like Tone is just like a couple guys. The guys I don't like are going to get a chance. It's so fucking stupid, man. It's mental. And if I was WWE as well, the ladder match wouldn't be, or whoever wins this ladder match, whenever Rhea comes back, they feud. And then whoever won that ladder match and then is the interim champ goes, hey, bitch, I won a fucking ladder match. We'll hang both these belts up there. That should be the end game. Now, maybe that's too many ladder matches, but let's really think about it. This might be spaced out for a while on the women's end of things. So for Tone, it's just ass backwards. Like the final match should be a ladder match or whatever.
Before that, by the luck of the draw, we selected 4 names, 4 people to get this opportunity, and I'm really excited about it. I just talked to the fans here in Nashville after Wednesday Night Dynamite about the situation going into Collision this week. It's going to be a 6-way ladder match, and the participants that have been selected via the random draw are Jungle Jack Perry.
Of course, that's that's so random. It's as coincidental as a Star Wars movie, which isn't bad for Star Wars because it's fucking Star Wars. Tone, like, make some sense of this stuff.
Man who just got his visa back and is going to be returning to AEW at Redemption, thankfully. And thanks to the luck of the draw, is part of this great field in this 6-way ladder.
Why would you tell anyone he just got his visa back? And then so Dave Meltzer makes the report, oh, these guys just got their visas back. And then Tone just comes on here and confirms it. So you called Dave to fucking tell him about who got their visas back.
The best guys,
bro.
Tony Khan.
God damn.
Match. The Beast Mortos. Also part of this field, speaking of people who just got their visas back, just returned to AEW, he picked up a great win at the Brawl in the Ballpark in his return to AEW. He picked up a great win in Ring of Honor at the Beantown Beatdown last night.
He'll be
participating in this match, and I think he'll add a lot to it. And he's somebody who certainly could threaten in this style of action, the high-flying Commander. And finally, the 4th name
I
chosen
love how
by
he always says the names like the high-flying Commander, like anyone's supposed to know. Tone, these 8,400 people already know. Yeah, but I'm trying to get them hype. Why? They don't care. You could just wipe your ass and then take a toothbrush and etch their fucking faces into it and go, here's the graphic. And then they would eat it up already. So who cares?
Random draw, somebody who has a lot to fight for, somebody who I think can make the most of this opportunity, especially given the opportunity to make lemonade out of the lemons that are Mystico's injury. And that's Mystico's very good friend, Mystico's former teammate in the World Trios Champions, somebody who you might call a hometown hero in Montreal this weekend, Speedball Mike Bailey.
Oh my God.
I'm very excited.
Speedball. Are you guys ready? Wait for it. Are you guys ready? Okay. Are you ready? Are you ready? I'm getting ready. Ready? Speedball Mike Bailey. Like anyone cares. Like, bro, if that was fucking Roman Reigns, someone would give a shit. You know, way back, they were in a trios together for 2 weeks after I randomly put them together, even though they were the tag champs with the Jet Kevin Knight. You're the worst booker of all time, cuz.
And via the random draw, Speedball Mike Bailey, Beast Mortos, Commander, and Jungle Jack Perry are all entered into this ladder match. And this Saturday in Nashville on...
Hey, Mark Ass News Podcast. Shout you out, buddy. Everybody go check out Mark Ass News Podcast. Make sure you guys go check that channel out. Go subscribe to that guy over there.
On AEW Collision, you'll be able to see the qualifying matches for the final 2 spots. And those qualifying matches will be AR Fox versus Nick Wayne, a real grudge match, a lot of history between those two men. And of course, AR Fox took the ROH TV title from Nick Wayne recently, and they have a lot of history. They go way back. Nick Wayne versus AR Fox, either one of them would be great in this ladder match.
Then why didn't you just say, fuck this qualifying shit, Nick Wayne and AR Fox, you're in it? Oh, they'd both be great. It's not like I'm the booker or anything. You fuckers are going to have to qualify for it. Like, bro.
On Sunday at Redemption. They'll fight this Saturday on Collision. Also, I'm very excited to have, speaking of the ROH TV title, the man who currently holds the title, Leo Rush, versus a man who also has just gotten his visa, another man looking to make the most of the opportunity, El Clone, returning this Saturday on Collision.
What?
And the winner of...
Did you sneeze? God bless you. Did you? El what? What are you doing? Like, Tone, shut the fuck up.
Leo Rush versus El Clone will go into the ladder match. The winner of Nick Wayne versus AR Fox will go into the ladder.
Looks like he's on the set of Between Two Ferns or something. I hope Zach Galifianakis comes out and roasts him.
Ladder match, and they'll join a field that includes Jungle Jack Perry, Beast Mortos, Commander, and Speedball Mike Bailey. Should be a great six-way ladder match. Again, trying to make the best of a situation, as we just learned that Mystico won't be cleared to compete. And given that, I think this is a great way to crown a top challenger. Whoever wins this match will get a shot at the international title at the time and place of their choosing versus the winner of Kyle Fletcher versus Bandito at AEW Redemption. We also heard a big challenge tonight on AEW Dynamite. You got to see the show if you haven't seen it yet. After Jay White returned to singles competition, he was attacked by somebody he has a lot of history with, the man he has been pursuing since he returned to AEW.
Oh my God, Tone, wrap it. I'm going to skip ahead just a little bit, dude. He's trying to come with good energy, but you know he's just in the back of his mind. He's cooked, dude.
Clark Connors and David Finlay at AEW.
Just say the dogs. Guys, this is how you do it. The dogs are here tonight. Oh, and they got the bar, you know, whatever. I guess that's Braun Breakers. I was to say the barking sections until I guess also Brody King does that. But you'd be like, the dogs are here. They've been going after Christian Cage. What a night. We have a spectacular event. They're looming. They're circling around that number one contender slot. Let's see what happens between the returning Jay White and the dogs tonight. Also in action, blah, blah, blah. You know, like you could just be excited, quickly say it. Don't explain all this lore that nobody gives a fuck about.
Redemption. Can't wait for that. Can't wait for this big pay-per-view, AEW Redemption. Can't wait for these great matches coming up on AEW Collision. I think it's going to be a fantastic show this Saturday.
I hope it's a fantastic show. What's in his cup? The One Wish Willow? Tone sitting here. I hope this show is fantastic. Please be a good show. Please be a good show. I wish all my shows were great.
Coming up after Collision, you'll be able to catch the Countdown to Redemption. Don't miss Collision and the Countdown to Redemption Saturday. And don't miss AEW Redemption starting an hour earlier than a lot of our pay-per-views have. The show starts at 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 p.m. Central, and the buy-in starts at 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Central.
Are you talking about Redemption now? Whoa, I thought you were talking about the matches for Collision. Now you're plugging the Redemption date and times. Tone, that's another video you do.
A little bit earlier than what we've been doing it, an hour earlier, in fact, than some of our recent pay-per-views. And
people in Montreal get to go home at 12:30 a.m. instead of 1:30 a.m.
I think that's a very welcome change, and I think it's going to be a great night this Sunday. Join us on pay-per-view, AEW Redemption this weekend.
They're like, Tone, what do you want out of your wrestling fed? Tone's like, well, I wish every match was great. The business tanks. He's fucking, every match is just moves. All the wrestlers are possessed. Just wrestling till they die. That's they're like, what's happening to me? They all just are wrestling till they break their necks and die and shit. That's ultimately the end game. That's why Darby's flying off glass. And then in his off time, he gets a break. Tone's like, you get a break time. What are you going to do? I'm going to climb a mountain. Cut to Darby's. I I just wish every match was great and everyone would love me and the IWC would respect me. Oh my God, this fucking guy is such a cutie pie tone. Okay, so I got some super chats coming in. Jason Statler with a 10 and didn't put a anything in there. Are you saying something in chat that I missed? Let's see. Did you Tony Yayo coked out of his mind? There you go, dude. There you go. It's Jaws like.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Thank you so much for the massive contribution and for the funny comment. And then 626 for 5 says, how come money marks never understand the value of quality, slick production value, higher, better, maybe shoot so you don't look like a public access? Thank you so much for the super chat, dude. Not only that, like, bro, you can afford one of those $5,000 cameras with the nice mic attached to it and the lights. Like, they have cameras that do this. People film better movies on iPhones nowadays and like get nominated for indie awards and shit. This happens these days, and Tone can't figure it out. He's just like on his phone. You know, he's going to accidentally upload the dick pic that he fucking sends Dave after he sends him the card or whatever. Again, shout out Jason Statler and 626. And yeah, I read all those. Okay. And shout out everybody super chatting and supporting, guys. Patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. If you want to support your boy Phil Marks even more, or just hit heart, like, retweet, come say what up in chat, whatever you got to do. Okay, guys, we have another one. We have another Tone video. I believe this was after the event, and now we can see the light fixture. See, he doesn't put any thought into it, and you can tell because the last setup, the lighting was better. Now he's had 2 cups. So it's 2 cup Tone here. Okay, and this one got half the views, much like a Collision. And it's 2 cup Tone, and now we can see the light. So instead of him going and standing in this corner again, like he did the last time, now the light's like overbearing and glaring, and it's next to his TV, and this is the cuck chair. In fact, it is the cuck chair. Oh my God.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Oh my God, it is the cuck chair in the corner of the room facing the bed. This is the what do you call it? Oh my God. This is the chest, if you will. I don't know. A dresser. Okay. And here is the fucking television. And then the bed's over off to his right, our left, if you're watching the screen. 2 cups. There's sipping something super saucy, something orange in there. Okay. And he's about to slow your whole town down. Right? With whatever orange mixture, elixir he's got in this cup. And he's got 2 now. He's 2 cup Tone. He's just strung out. You can tell by the look on his face. This is after the show. And Tony puts no thought into this because the last lighting was better. It was still shit. But instead of just going exactly to the same spot, he's like, I know, I'll stand 2 feet this way. Oh, just like my company, I'm going to go 1 step forward and then 2 steps back and now film me.
It is great to
and now
see.
Because of the light is here, because he doesn't know where to put the lighting, like it's supposed to go behind the camera, this like glowing orb here, there's ghosts. Oh my God, someone get Ghostbusters in here. Kenny breaks in with his Ghostbusters outfit. I'm here, I'm super, I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Bustin' makes me feel good. Finger bang, finger bang, bang, finger bang, all the ghosts. Right? There's like an orb here that is just like moving around, distracting everyone while you're trying to watch Tone give his fucking speech.
We are now minutes away from Wednesday Night Dynamite, and it's going to be such a fantastic night. This is the go-home Dynamite on the path to redemption. It's going to be an awesome redemption pay-per-view this weekend, but first, a loaded lineup live on Wednesday Night Dynamite.
He's like, and I'm loaded right now. You should see what's in this fucking cup.
Tonight. The show starts minutes from now, 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central on TBS and on HBO Max. You won't want to miss this show. so many of the top stars in AEW, and I believe, in my opinion,
You won't want to miss this show. He sounds like DSP.
the top stars in wrestling will be fighting tonight.
Now, guys, come and watch the channel before. Come and watch TNT. You won't want to miss it.
On the path to the Redemption pay-per-view, including the world champion Kenny Omega teaming up with the #1 contender Will Ospreay and his partner going into this big Redemption pay-per-view, Jon Moxley, for the first time ever to see Kenny Omega, Will Ospreay, and Jon Moxley teaming. It's pretty remarkable. And they'll be teaming up against the Don Callis family. Ospreay, a former Don Callis family man himself, now a Death Rider. First time we've ever.
This is the problem too. Like, was Ospreay really a Callis family guy? He was with them for like a week, and then Tone just flips it up. He was never really in that group, you know?
Seen Kenny Omega, Jon Moxley, and Will Ospreay as a trio fighting the Don Callis family, something that Kenny and Will know a lot about. And of course, Kenny Omega's opponent at the pay-per-view is going to be Kevin Knight of the Don Callis family. So some of the hardest hitters in the family, the Machine Brian Cage, Jake Doyle.
Some of the hardest hitters, but nothing's hitting harder than this fucking sauce I got. We sipping mud, bitches.
And the CMLL world champion Hechicero, they're all going to be trying to stop Kenny from making it to this pay-per-view. And it's going to be fantastic to see the Don Callis family versus Omega, Moxley, and Ospreay tonight.
As he's trying to come across more excited, but it just gives Zuckerberg
Can't wait
vibes.
for that. And speaking of the Don Callis family, speaking of the TNT champion, Kevin Knight, who will be challenging Kenny Omega this Sunday for the world title. Kevin Knight just broke a record at Collision. Now Kevin Knight has made the most defenses ever of the TNT championship.
That's horrible. Think about what that says. In the brief period that Knight's had that title, he's had the most defenses ever of the TNT title. Crazy, man. Think about how long people had it. Think about how many times that belt's been hot potatoed.
He broke a record that was held by his fellow Don Callis family member, Kyle Fletcher, the Protostar, now the international champion. And
oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's such Mark bullshit. Now the international champion, by the way. Imagine this is your first time seeing this. You're like, what is he doing? Why is there 2 cups? Like he's at a frat party. Why is the light in front of the camera? And why does everyone seemingly have a title belt? Assuming you watched this the first time and made it this deep.
Darby Allin. It's a very heated rivalry between Darby Allin and Kevin Knight. In fact, the last time I was in this building, I believe, was Thanksgiving Eve. I know I was here Thanksgiving Eve in this great city, Nashville. I went to the Vanderbilt Hospital with Darby Allin, and I spent my Thanksgiving morning, and I got the miracle I was looking for because I was very...
It was like a miracle on 34th Street, but like Thanksgiving.
concerned that Darby might
It
have
was a
broken...
miracle, like the Pilgrims and the Indians sitting down to eat that day. So that one day my dad... ushering in a new age of capitalism so that my dad could invent the bumper for the vehicle and I could bring you this action.
Neck and maybe career-ending injuries from what happened. Darby had to step out of the Continental Classic.
Laredo Kid and La Hiedra are my fucking favorite, dude.
After his match against the Jet Kevin Knight here, Kevin Knight has really changed a lot since then. And Darby Allin's had a fantastic year. He's been the AEW World Champion. He's been one of the greatest champions ever in AEW. And tonight he has a chance to regain the TNT Championship from the man who put him in the hospital on Thanksgiving Eve, the Jet Kevin Knight. It's a very personal rivalry, Darby Allin versus Kevin Knight for the TNT title tonight, ahead of Kevin Knight versus Omega at Redemption, with Darby trying to settle a very personal score with the Jet here in Nashville tonight. Speaking of big championship fights.
Oh my God, Tone, you're running out of steam, buddy. So am I.
The World Tag.
I'll give you 2 seconds, then I'm skipping ahead a bit.
Team champions, of course.
Okay, he's talking about Edge and Christian. Let's hear what he's got to say.
We have a very dominant World Tag Team Champions, the Divine Dominion. They'll take on
the women's tag skip
title fight with Megan Bayne and Lena Cross, defending the titles against 2/3 of the new Stardom Trios champions, 2/3 of the Triangle of Madness, Julia Hart and Sky Blue, who will be taking on
2/3 of the fucking whatever champs and 2/3 of this whatever faction. Shut up.
A very tall task, the incredible champions of the Divine Dominion.
Hey, these two girls that fucking are really attractive that we haven't been able to build correctly, that are still in the same position they were, but they do hardcore shit now.
Sky Blue and Julia Hart.
That would get over with more people.
One
of them's got ass, and the other one botches a backflip every time she tries. It's fucking chaos.
Fight dirty, I know, and this is going to be a very, very exciting no DQ fight, a hardcore match for the World Tag Team Championship with the Divine Dominion versus the Sisters of Sin tonight. Very personal rivalry involving the world champion.
If you have to think about it that long, you don't know. It's not like you're doing a 5-hour show where sometimes you want to fucking pace out your sentence and drive this is a quick social media. We're skipping ahead.
Championship now. The champion and the challenger will come face to face. And speaking of great world champions, the legendary...
Oh my God, everyone's a great champion in your company!
Mick Foley will be there to moderate this face-to-face between the women's world champion Tekla and Willow Nightingale tonight on Dynamite. I can't wait for that.
And it's like, wouldn't you go Willow Nightingale and the AEW women's world champion Tekla? You want to emphasize Tekla because she's your champion. But instead, where Tony's mind is. Well, Willow, it's going to be Willow Monet. Willow's going to fucking win the title right before All In and then fight Monet again for the 5th time. That's what he's thinking. We all fucking know it. We get it. You want to fucking push Willow, but not really do it. Like, it's just her. Luckily, she's good and people kind of connect to her, but she's lost some luster as well. She's cooled off.
Speaking of big fights, Switchblade Jay White is ready to make his return to the ring, and it's been a very personal rivalry also between the Bang Bang Gang and the Dogs.
The Bang Bang Gang fucking rule, dude, and their entrance rules. It's the most WWE shit on their show. And go figure, it's like everyone's like, this rules, and that group rules. And I remember when Ace Austin came in, I fantasy mark booked. I was like, yo, he's not with Bay, which is good, that like, because they got to, it was unfortunate how like Bay got hurt or whatever, but it's like these two guys can break off, be their own solo guys, or be a banging tag team in NXT. But the ABC, like the Bullet Club's kind of dead and passe. I was like, but Ace Austin would work in the fucking Bullet Club Gold, they were called still at the time. I was like, if he wants to do that, like there's at least story there and it makes sense. They're the Bang Bang Gang now and he fits in perfectly. And I fantasy Phil Marks bookmarks that. So that fucking rules. That's one thing that's good. Okay.
And the fight between the Bang Bang Gang and the Dogs is very personal.
Too bad Tone is just so tired and he doesn't even...
I can't wait to see Jay White make his return to the ring against somebody who has been so impressive in AEW while Jay's been away. Somebody Jay knows very well. Clark Connors of the Dogs. One-on-one Clark Connors versus Jay White on Dynamite tonight. And my office has been very busy after what transpired last week between the international champion Kyle Fletcher, the former
If your office is so busy, it should be on the show.
National champion Kazuchika Okada and Brodito. And ahead of the international title fight at Redemption with Kyle Fletcher, the champion, versus Bandito for the international title at Redemption, all 4 men have been storming around this place. They want to fight tonight. And ladies and gentlemen, I can say the doctors have cleared all 4 men. They want the fight tonight. That's also going to happen tonight. Breaking news. It will be the international champion, Kyle Fletcher, and the former international champion, Kazuchika Okada.
Oh, my God. Who cares if he's the former anything?
Redemption for the international title.
That literally, you should say the former New Japan World Heavyweight. Like, that would be better than saying the former international champion. There's like 20 seconds left, guys. Bear with
Breaking news here. Going into Dynamite, we already
breaking news, except for I told Dave first and he broke it, but you get what I'm saying.
Announced a loaded lineup. There was so much to look forward to, and that's one more huge match coming up on the path to redemption. Don't miss Wednesday Night Dynamite tonight. 8 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Central on TBS and HBO Max, live tonight.
I don't get it. Like, the Tonight thing's not cute. It's not over, and it doesn't make more people watch the show. So I don't get why he keeps doing it. But I don't know what to tell you guys. That was the best guy. Is Tony McCon. And that was AEW news. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Holy. What a crack job. Jason Statler for 5. Again, didn't type your, whenever you super chat, bro, type your shit in before you like send the chat in, super chat in, and then I'll see what you said. You know, but I really do appreciate your super chats. So just make sure you write your question in there, then I'll see it right away. Honest question, do you think Tony is just spun on coke, or is he autistic? I mean, bro, more and more every day people got the touch of the tiz, they're saying. Here, I'll put your question up here, and thank you so much for the super chat. I really appreciate that. And I'll put your question up here. So do I think he's okay? I've always said that, like, I don't, accusing someone of being a cokehead is like pretty crazy. Like, okay, anyone can make jokes about, like, I was just making jokes. Oh, his jaw's like, yeah, of course. And like, I don't think so. I'm sure he's probably tried it in his life. It is a rich man's drug. I mean, I don't think so, because he just seems too much of a nerd. He just seems too much of a square. But is he like on Adderalls and drinking tons of caffeine and shit? Fuck yeah, dude. Fuck yeah. He just drinks a bunch of coffee and he takes Adderalls. That's what rich people do to stay functional and fucking active, you know? And is he autistic? Maybe a little bit, yeah. Maybe. I mean, lots of people are and don't even know it. I'm probably autistic for all you know what I mean? I'm ADHD as fuck, so if you can't tell. So, like, he probably is, like, very ADHD or something, you know? And I'm not even saying it as if it's a bad thing. So, yeah, I'm not sure. We're watching this match here. Lola Vice and La Hiedra going at it. Cakes are caking. There's cupcakes everywhere. And, yeah, Tone, he just loves fucking caffeine. He loves Adderalls, and he loves soda water, dude. So it is what it is, man. Okay, so he get, oh my goodness, 2, 3. Oh no, I thought that was a 3 count. Fuck. The ref counted funny. Was that just me? I was like, oh, that's a 3. I think his hand came down on the first. I thought they just botched or something. Laredo Kid's gear and La Hiedra's gear looking fantastic. A thunderous forearm to the jar. We're going to get into some other stuff here. Let me just do this. Okay, there you go. All right, sorry, just getting a text that I had to respond to. So it is quite literally a methamphetamine. I hate when refs do that 4 count bullshit. It's the way of the world in 26. I can't explain nuances of science to dipshits. They just dig in. If you're a big fan of pro wrestling, you're on the spectrum to a certain degree. I fucking agree, dude. Guys, hit like, subscribe. There's well over 200 watching. If you're on X or Kick, let me just check the Kick chat in case anybody like gifted subs that I'm not seeing it. It doesn't come through on StreamYard. But if you are watching this on replay, even on Kick, because one of the shows got like 73 views over there. I was like, I didn't know anybody watch this shit over on Kick. But support your boy Phil Marks, and you can gift subs over there now. I'm now like quote unquote monetized. I don't think they call it that on Kick, but either way, I appreciate all of you motherfuckers. Let's get into some more news. We got WWE to talk about, shall we? Okay, so they just announced on the Redemption buy-in that the conglomeration, which is O'Reilly, imagine this, you're O'Reilly and Strong, Adam Cole's injured and gone forever, and Orange Cassidy takes his place. Imagine that's your career, dude. That's how you're going to end your legacy, your historic careers, dude. That's fucking brutally bad. And they are going to be on the buy-in for Redemption for the Trios Championship against the Lethal Twist, which I guess is Jay Lethal and these two, this white guy and this other black dude, and they call themselves Vanilla Swirl or Neapolitan or whatever the fuck. I don't know what they call it, but so let's check this shit out, man. Sorry, I got someone sending me something. Let's just check this out. Someone interesting sent me something. So, okay. All right. Hell yeah, dude. Okay, sorry, I'm just sorry, that was I just needed to respond to that. Cookies and cream. It's nothing that I'm going to share on the show, unfortunately, guys, and I hate to honey dick you like that, but I thought we were getting an allegedly from someone interesting.
Allegedly.
Cookies and cream. There you go, dude. Hershey style. That's my favorite kind. Yeah, Laredo and La Hiedra got their hands on those fucking titles. Speaking of getting their hands on shit, we are going to cover the whole WWE Busted Open Radio situation. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it's time for WWE. So WWE fans are furious after the company began posting exclusive Club WWE Club Random content on social media, despite charging fans $99 for access. And this is a bunch of bullshit. And we went over the Club WWE, and I was like, is it a scam? I don't know, but I just don't think it's worth $99, dude. And you see it right here. Like, they are just going to repurpose the content, and it's not really exclusive now, provided there's a bunch of other shit, I guess, like merch drops, but that's all like spend money shit. So let's say you pay for it because you want the exclusive content, because that's quote unquote like the free thing in there, even though you're paying for it. It's bullshit because they just repurpose that digital content thus far, some of the stuff, and then the only stuff that's really exclusive is just like, here, give us more money for more stuff. So what the fuck is this? It's just an L. It's Corpo WWE shit. So speaking of Corpo WWE shit, some WWE officials are allegedly expecting Tony Khan and AEW to have a significant presence somewhere in the USA during WrestleMania 43 weekend, Wrestle Votes and Fightful Select. Guys, Tony Khan and AEW don't have a significant presence anywhere, anytime ever. There's no they're going to have a significant presence where? In New York again, in a place where they sell 10,000. They just announced All Out, or they didn't just announce it, but the All Out tickets as well. They're only set up for not even 7,000 people. Now, the setup might get increased, but they're not even expecting to do 7,000 off rip. That's fucking crazy, man. So just these sheets are trying so hard, and we're going to get into the busted open shit, but everybody melting down about WWE radio. Guys, The Observer is AEW radio. Fightful and Wrestle Votes, these are all AEW radios already, and newspapers and shit. WWE's like, we're going to do our own thing and take over this channel. And it's a big deal to everyone when this should have happened already. Tone should have did this before anyone else. Instead of crying about Busted Open, Tone should have made his own AEW radio channel.
You are a naive, brainless, pathetic, idiotic, clueless, dumbass Mark.
So we move along here. And what do we have here? Talking about the corporate side of things and Busted Open. And then we'll get into some roster news. Let's just discuss it. According to Raj Giri, WWE and SiriusXM and WWE, well, he put hashtag WWE and SiriusXM and WWE today. Whoa, Meltzer. He got Meltzer-fied. It happens to the best of us, bro. So it was announced the launch of WWE Radio, which takes over SiriusXM channel 156. Now, how this works, this has happened a billion times. Whatever the fuck, like Busted Open took over a channel, and then WWE Radio just took over that channel. And then Busted Open will still be a show on there because it's popular. Busted Open already gets accused of shilling for WWE. So who cares? Like, what is everybody worried about? But it takes over channel 156 this coming Monday, July 27. WWE Radio will have live play-by-play audio coverage of all WWE PLEs as well. And I guess it's going to be done by Booker T and Corey Graves or Vic Joseph, and Booker T are going to do like the pay-per-view, main roster pay-per-view play-by-plays, which could be cool. I mean, if you're like a cab driver or an Uber driver who likes wrestling and want to listen to the fucking pay-per-view while you make some money, then it's old school, right? But the select audio simulcast of WWE weekly TV programming, Booker T and Vic Joseph will be calling SummerSlam on the channel. And so that should be cool, man. I'm not against this. I encourage all, if there's a TNA radio, do it. Like, why would anyone get mad if there's AEW radio, do that? You know, but when people sit there and pretend like, well, we're going to get into like JD from NY's reaction and shit here and some other folks, but when they're melting down about like, oh, they were really independent and they blah, 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 they were accused of shilling for WWE already. And they also work WWE shows. And who gives a fuck? You can get that a million other places. Like, oh, it's a WWE radio, so they're just going to sweep for WWE. Yeah, it's going to be kayfabe. It's going to be a kayfabe. It's like the Stranger Things radio station. It's not real anymore. So it is what it is. And then immediately, this little dicklick, Peter Rosenberg, announces the SiriusXM WWE era of cheap heat begins. So his shit podcast, his shit wrestling podcast, where no offense, but like my clips do better than his. He has way more subs and gets like big guests and shit. And Cheap Heat begins on SiriusXM. Excited to be part of this journey. We'll discuss it tomorrow at noon. And here's the thing too, with these people crying about, oh, independent voices and shit. How about just do a podcast that's your own, that's not on their network, and fucking be an independent voice, and then try and levy a job at a WWE. They're going to need to fill the airtime. Nobody wants to also listen to Cody Rhodes's fucking mid podcast. His is okay. Steph's is kind of mid, but like, it's just going to be repeats. People are already listening to those on YouTube. More people use YouTube for just audio than Spotify and Apple combined, or iMusic or whatever combined, for just audio, let alone are watching YouTube. So like, how many people are going out of their way? Oh, I got to listen to this fucking pod on the radio. It'll just be a cool thing to have on there. But if they're looking for original shows, don't get all bumhurt about this. Try and get a fucking gig. That's what I say. So, and then, okay, you have to sweep or pretend to be kayfabe on one show, and where it's called WWE Rules Show on fucking, and then you got to, okay, then just do your own YouTube show. And if they don't allow that, then say, all right, then I don't want to work for you guys. That's the approach. If you're big enough to where this concerns you in any way. We got super chats flying in here. John Statler for 5 said, should fake Undertaker have beat Undertaker at SummerSlam 94? I don't know, dude. I'm enjoying the questions. I don't know. My answer is, who played the fake Undertaker? Let's look that up first. Who played the fake Undertaker in 94? Brian Lee. Oh yeah, I knew that. No, he shouldn't have. There's my answer. Thank you, CWJ for 5 says, if AEW or others had enough of a market, then those that want to hear non-WWE content would be valuable. Truth is, most wrestling fans care about WWE. Exactly. Most AEW fans are WWE fans. Most AEW fans are fans of WWE. Most WWE fans are not AEW fans. And I hope I phrased that correctly, okay? But you're spot on with that. And then Lincoln Hawk for 5 says, I've had driving heavy jobs my whole life, and good radio play-by-play can be special if done well. I love this idea. Yeah, and there's times, even now, where it's like, oh, fuck, we're late to wherever the game's on. Fucking throw it on the radio. CFL games, that is. Canadian football. The far superior football, 3-down football organization there, buddies. No, but I'm not against it at all. And if you were listening to that channel for wrestling content, now you're going to get better wrestling content. Now, the one thing you might miss out on, can Busted Open no longer talk about fucking AEW? They probably aren't allowed to even talk about it. So that's shitty if you're an AEW fan. But if you're an AEW fan and you need to hear people talk about AEW, go be the first guy to ever watch Tuke Timbo or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Go give him a view. All right, go watch fucking Aubrey Edwards and Will Washington get glazed on their fucking show. Oh, wait, they canceled that. So while people want to be like, oh, AEW is not going to get talked about, there's a million shows where these wrestlers do interviews. The problem is you guys only care when they bring up WWE shit. You guys don't care when they're actually talking about AEW or putting any of the shit over, because it's mundane dreck, the same bullshit you hear all the time. And in WWE, at least Busted Open will go off and say, we don't like this in WWE, or we like that. What do you think it's going to change what they say they like and don't like? They're going to fucking still be like, on Raw, Bully Ray's still going to go off. They should have did this. That's all they'll do. It'll be the same thing. It's just they won't talk about AEW and AEW affiliated shit. That's all, right? That was Tyler Main, a good Saskatchewan boy. And I've DM'd with him a little bit. Shout out Tyler fucking Main. Okay? He fucking rules 8-ball. Yeah. There are literally hundreds of pro AEW YouTubers and podcasts they can watch. You're right, but they don't. They don't do that. That's the problem. So we move along here. And here is like the official announcement of the Busted Open stuff. I think I covered it all other than like LaGreca's. Oh, yeah. And then we have to get into the people melting down about it. So here's David LaGreca's official announcement, and other people put them out, Nick Nemeth and shit. I wasn't going to bookmark them all, but again, they'll be able to talk about TNA all the time.
Starting Monday, July 27th, we will be WWE Radio. Every show is going to be exactly the same. that you know and love, Busted Open, Not Sam Wrestling Live.
More sickos tune in to hate watch this show than fucking go and support those pro AEW shows.
Off the Ropes, Busted Open After Dark, but now we're going to have the TV simulcast.
And do you want to know how I know? Because they're melting down that WWE co-opted Busted Open. But meanwhile, Busted Open's accused of being anti-AEW and pro-WWE shills all the time to begin with. So they were hate listening to get triggered by Busted Open shit. I swear it's just lonely people who like don't get emotion and love in their life. And so the social media gives them and the parasocial relationships give them like the dopamine hits, and they just want to be outraged. That's all it is.
Of Raw, of SmackDown, of NXT. We're going to have original SiriusXM productions of every major WWE PLE homegrown right here on WWE Radio Plus, Stephanie McMahon's podcast, Cody Rhodes, The Undertaker, Sam and Megan, all here. I cannot believe that a show that started for 1 hour, 1 day a week, is now going to be partnered with the greatest pro wrestling company, the biggest
They're shills.
Wrestling company.
No wrestling exists without WWE.
Not just now.
If Tone bought WWE in 2023 when he put in the bid, he would be trying to book Raw. We'd be watching his booking of Raw, and they wouldn't be on Netflix.
Now, but ever in this great sport. And make no mistake about it. If you think I'm letting the foot off the gas, if you think you're not going to get what you're used to hearing from Dave LaGreca on a daily basis, you think I'm going to stop ranting? No! Our first ever PLE, our first ever broadcast, SummerSlam. So you're going to be able to hear night 1 and night 2 of SummerSlam right here on WWE Radio.
Yeah, and shout out Sam Roberts. He's no stranger to the SiriusXM to the halls of Sirius. And we'll see what goes down. And I don't think LaGreca and them change up their tune. They just can't bring up AEW. That's all that'll happen. And we had some reactions from some podcasters. One who's a complete unknown and is just regurgitating what JD from NY said. And then JD from NY, I'm over here now. CWJ1288 for 5 says, do we know if TKO went to Sirius to get its own channel? Or did Sirius go to TKO to be a partner? I doubt TKO went to Busted Open with this proposal. So again, like Busted Open just had the channel. I don't think it's up to them. It's up to fucking Sirius. And they wanted to get into the larger. And yes, this is what Niccolo Piccolo's been trying to tell everybody. This is what your boy Phil's been trying to tell everybody. They want to just own everything. So they're always going to have a show on TV, like on network. They're always going to have shit on a streamer. They want to have a show on every fucking streamer. Okay. They want to have the radio, have the podcast. That's why they're just taking over the podcast game now. Like, oh, let's give the wrestlers pods themselves, because now they own the whole you shoot market and all that. Shoot interviews, what is that? We got fucking Cody Rhodes interviews the roster. So you got fucking Undertaker breaking kayfabe and interviewing wrestlers and shit. Maybe TKO did approach them. I don't know. It doesn't even matter. At the end of the day, though, it ain't even up to Busted. It's not like David LaGreca's like, nope, we don't want to do that. He can't do that. You know what I mean? It was up to fucking Sirius and WWE what went down. And this is what went down. But thank you for that super chat. And it's a great question. I don't know who approached who. Who made who? Who made you? But all I know is that people are melting the fuck down over it. Like JD from NY, I'm over here now. I used to be over there with Busted Open, but now I'm over here again on the indies. So JD from NY says, WWE just bought the narrative on Thursday. Like they bought the whole narrative. What about all the IWC and all the other fucking... They didn't buy the narrative, bro. They bought a fucking radio channel where they controlled their narrative. Now, if you're talking like, well, Busted Open's one of the biggest shows and shit. I mean, fair enough, but like I just pointed out, like sickos are only going there to get triggered. They already call the Busted Open guys shills. So what does that really matter? You know? And JD goes, the gaslighting is no longer behind closed doors. It's official. It is corporate, and it's disheartening. So what's corporate? SiriusXM Radio is corporate? Bro, buddy, Busted Open went corporate when they went to SiriusXM Radio. What the fuck do you think happened to Howard Stern? Howard Stern, I love that guy. I used to do that show, you know, something. I used to be over there with Stern. Now I'm over here on YouTube again. Oh, bop. Why do you think Stern fell off? It's corporate. It's corporate Stern now. And then he goes, there may be 5 people left in this entire community, including me, of course, giving you honest weekly wrestling coverage with zero agenda. So am I in that 5? Because I got zero agenda. Fucking, I don't glaze one or the more than the other. I try and put AEW over. I make fun of WWE just as much. And there's tons of us out here doing this, JD. But maybe JD's talking about with like a significant voice, like as big as theirs, right? Like JD drops a video. It's in the tens of thousands of views. I know I'll get there one day, but for now, I don't know. I guess I'm just, I'm chopped liver or something over here. But I'm dying over here. But like, there's a bunch of people who are fair and unbiased and shit. And there's a lot of people who think JD's biased and he just kind of goes with the way things are trending. So like, oh, it's trendy to shit on WWE right now. Let's shit on WWE. Oh, it's trendy to say AEW shit. Let's say it's shit. Oh, it's trendy to say everything shit. Let's just say everything shit. So I don't know, man. I know myself and many others in this space try to speak their opinions and all of this stuff. And obviously he's being exaggerative, but honest weekly wrestling coverage with zero agenda. Let me just shoot straight. I think there's a bunch of people, like I cover stuff in wrestling that nobody would touch. I'm the only one who will touch like a bunch of the stuff that I cover in wrestling, okay? Like, we go out there. We have all sorts of characters and fools here. I make fun of the sheets. I show you guys what's happening in the indies. You know, shit that other people aren't even talking about. Sickos, characters, even WWE stan accounts that we've made fun of. I cover, I think, the widest variety of shit. And I mean, it's all just, I'm trying to just make it funny and give my hot take, I guess, right? But with no agenda, it's like, who cares? There's a billion shows that are like anti-WWE, and it's clear what that agenda is too. Go listen to that. Busted Open is still going to, they're just going to make the conversation about WWE. So again, let's go back in time. So when Vince created SmackDown and he absorbed WCW, then he split the rosters. The idea behind it was the mentality that backfired, Brian, was what Vince was trying to do was like, okay, we're going to compete with each other, like Raw versus SmackDown. Even the video games were called SmackDown versus Raw. They tried to make it out to be like, we're going to compete with ourselves and make the conversation what show's better. And I say they should do a hard fucking roster split. Champions go to both shows. Unify all the belts. If you're any champ, if you have any belt, you go to either show, everybody else, and then you keep the US exclusive to SmackDown, and then the IC titles exclusive to Netflix. That's it. So if you have one of those belts, you don't cross over. Otherwise, if you have a belt, you go to both shows, and then you keep the rosters hard split. You don't give up on it. I don't care how big a star is. You just don't give up on it. And I think that would get the conversation more about WWE. So WWE is just creating a platform, something that doesn't exist, because they keep getting compared to a fucking distant number 2. They keep getting compared to a distant number 2. JD, do you understand this? Even you, we all do it. Myself, I'm guilty of it. we fucking all compare WWE to AEW like that's even a serious conversation or ever has been past year two. So all that's going to happen now is Busted Open is just going to now talk about Raw versus SmackDown, WWE versus WWE. This was shit. This was good, blah, blah, blah. That's all they're hoping to achieve. And why? Because it gets motherfuckers talking. And that's what's best for their business. And that's what's best for everyone. It's what's best for Busted Open's business. So you're like, oh, we need the truth tellers in this. Bro, you work for HOG Wrestling. You know what I'm saying? You're already not a truth. Like, you're already going to sweep for them. I don't work for any feds. I ain't sweeping for nobody. Like, you know, like, is he not going to protect HOG? Fucking JD from NY. And shout out JD. I'm not even like hating on the guy, really. I'm just pointing out, like, bro, you'll take a knee. You'll sit out a show because Monet's on the shit and they don't like you. And you're talking about what? We need to be fair to AEW. You shit on AEW more than anybody, bro. You shit on it just as much as anybody else. So, like, what are we talking about here? And then Busted Open is the show that they give the green light. Why? Because they don't go too hard. Like, if they do the Cody Crybaby thing and LaGreca's just kayfabing and leaning into it and being a crybaby and wearing the pink robes, that was good for promotion for WWE. Just because he's critical of that shit, it didn't hurt them. So that's going to be the we're critical of WWE show. The rest of the 24 hours on Busted Open is going to be like glazing. It's just going to be repurposed WWE content, as they sort of made clear already. So JD was just like trying to get a job. Buddy, try and get a job where you just talk about WWE then. The fuck are we talking about? That's not outside the realm of possibility. You get views, you get play, you got motion. Just keep your show, and then pitch somebody and say, I'll do a show where I fucking glaze WWE, or I fucking say, here's the pros and cons of WWE right now. Like, what do you think Coach and Bro are being honest? They're kayfabing everybody. Their opinions are the worst boomer takes out there. Some of them. And their sources are the worst in the business. Bro, let me tell you. But it's like faux calling shit out is calling shit out. Okay, then the Observer's the honest fucking medium. Everybody go listen to Wrestling Observer Live then. If you want to hear people, trash WWE, you already do that. So what everyone already does that. So what are we talking about? Like, this is just overly dramatic shit from JD. Okay? Haha, I'm back for 2. Says, do you support Essa Rios, Mr. Aguila returning? Is he returning? Is Mr. Aguila Essa Rios returning? Is he returning? I must have missed it. I don't know. I don't know, man. Not in a US promotion, but yeah, sure. If he doesn't like hurt himself or other people. And then Jason Statler for 5 says Jake the Snake Roberts should have had a world title reign. I mean, so should Roddy Piper and a bunch of guys, dude. A bunch of people should have, quote unquote, but no, they also shouldn't have, right? Like, not everybody needed a world title. The world title meant more, and Hogan was more over because he was able to thwart people. But yeah, I'm a mark for Jake the Snake, so I'm with you on that. You know what I'm saying? But like, should everybody get a fucking title? I don't know. I'm not in that camp. I don't agree that like everyone should get should be world champion just because they were good. Am I happy Sammy got one? Yeah. Would I be fine if he never won it? Yes. You know, so same with Jake the Snake. He never got it. He didn't need it. He's almost more legend because he never won it. Do you know what I'm saying? So JD continues. And thank you guys for the super chats and support. I'll hit you with a super sounds will be organized. Next
I don't know.
Thank you, Lex. So he goes with 0 agendas. Find them, support them. Yeah, support PWT. You guys have been immensely supporting tonight with gifted memberships and super chats and the turnout watching the show. I appreciate you all so much. PWT. And you guys are already doing that. So JD's not even talking to you. Because the machine is doing everything it can to make sure you only hear what it wants you to hear. JD, more people listen to you and if you factor in your clips and your shows, more people probably listen to you than fucking any of these shows they're going to put on Busted Open. And now you're sitting here and slapping these Busted Open guys in the face because you are basically saying they are just going to become bought and paid for shills. I don't think that's going to happen. They're just not going to talk about AEW. And then look at what because that's the discussion. They're only going to glaze WWE. No, they're not. That's fucking stupid. If you think that, JD, you're smarter than that. You've been doing this longer than that. You also rage bait posts. You've also been doing that a long time, and so I know you're good at that shit. But what do you think Busted Open's going to do? Just glaze? No, man. Do you think WWE didn't like when LaGreca did the Cody Crybaby pink house coat angle on do you think they didn't like that or they did like that? They loved that, bro. That's why he got invited onto shows. You know, it's why he's on fucking TNA. They love that shit, bro. So all they're going to do is make the conversation WWE versus WWE, and AEW is going to be removed from it, which honestly sounds kind of refreshing. I mean, even my show, I always do well, what about AEW? Because you have to do it. Like, because that's the game everybody wants to play, right? It's kind of refreshing. Like if WWE paid me a show to just go review our shows and paid me to do, I'd fucking do it. What are you talking about? Then your opinion's bought and paid for. No, bitch. I'll tell them. I'm going to say what I want to say. I will not say retard as much. How about that? I won't say fuck and cunt as much as I do, right? I'll clean up the language a bit. But like, no, I do it for AEW. If they just go, we want a show that's just positive. I'm going to go everyone. PWT Live, I'm shitting all over AEW like I normally do. I'm gonna point out all the positives. Again, I'm optimist Phil. I'm fucking fence sitting Phil. I always try and point out the fucking positives. And I get YouTube comments all the time from people who actually watch the fucking videos, and I know they actually do because they go, man, I like how you're fair to AEW and you point out shit that's like fun that's going on. And you're fucking, but you're like real about this shit. I get comments like that all the time. So I don't know what JD's worried about because I'm sure he gets that times 10. He has fucking times 10 the reach and platform I do. So all Busted Open's going to do is leave AEW out of the conversation. Nobody does that. Everybody either talks about AEW and glazes it and compares it to WWE, or they talk about WWE and compare it to fucking AEW, or they do what I do in like ratings wars. We directly compare the ratings. Like we're comparing it to AEW. Nobody's just going, let's talk WWE. And if LaGreca wants to, he can start another show, unless they told him he can't, which is fine. But he just said it. WWE is the number one fed in the world. He's never not acknowledged that. So JD goes, the machine is doing everything it can to make sure you only hear what it wants you to hear. I will be live tonight after SmackDown and Sunday. Now look at what he says about AEW. And Sunday for what slop that AEW pay-per-view is. So because you're going to shit on SmackDown and then shit on AEW, and Busted Open's just going to like shit on SmackDown but not shit on AEW, that's a problem. I don't get it. You know what I mean? Who cares? Let them just talk about WWE then. Come hang out with one of the last places left when nobody's pulling punches. I'm over here now. Yeah, shout out JD, though, because I do think I fall in the category of people he's talking about. But look how real I am and how no little punches I'm pulling. I'm even criticizing a guy that puts over essentially what I'm doing over here. Oh. And shout out JD. But he's just like you're too worked up. You know what I'm saying? I think he thought he was going to get on Sirius, and so he's a little disheartened, like, what the fuck, there goes my chance of getting on Sirius. I really think that's what he was thinking. So I see another super chat come in. 626 for 5 says wrestling commentators are more popular the louder they yell dumb shit. Morons respond to yelling. Redax. Why do you think I yell so much? Listen, you're not wrong. Like, people just like a good show. And that's why what you just said is why 626, what you just said is why people like Busted Open in the first place. It doesn't matter what they're talking about. It's wrestlers, and you know that they either got sources or can get people on the phone that other shows can't or whatever. And it's LaGreca doing his gimmick. You think he's really sitting there distressed and crying over Cody Rhodes in the fucking... No, it's just like a gimmick for their show, dude. You think when I go out to eat with my wife, I'm fucking yelling and hitting explosion sounds on my phone? These wings are the fucking bomb.
I don't know.
Me neither, Lex. How much should I leave for
I
a
don't
tip?
know.
Tony Khan, come on down.
Khan.
It's a fucking show. We're having fun. It's a good time over here, okay? So that's why they already tune in, right? So you're right about that. WWE's like, okay, we got Busted Open. Because they'll censor themselves and shit. They'll make it more corporate. And is that, it's corporate? So I don't know. Do you guys really need to hear me go fuckity fuck every show? I mean, you probably don't, but I'm just going to do my thing. Yeah. Nobody pays me to not swear. Somebody wants to drop a fucking a super chat, $50 super chat and go, Phil, don't swear for the next half hour. I'll fucking do it, But otherwise, I'll try my best, But it's like, what are you crying about? I just don't understand. So, we move along though, and then this guy. So I don't want to single this guy out. I'm not even hating on this guy. I don't even know. At wrestling_audio. I'm not even trying to hate on this guy. But first off, he calls himself the WWE Podcast. So you're going to jail. Lock him up. Copyright infringement. Stolen gimmicks, stolen valor, put him in prison. But like for real, bro, change your name. You can't be called the WWE thing. Like, let's say you drop a clip and it goes viral and then WWE finds out, you might fucking like lose your channel and shit. I would not. You change your name, bro. Okay? So the WWE Podcast posts this. Why WWE acquiring Busted Open Radio should scare you. What? How old is this show? The fuck you talking about, bro? Let's take a listen. He's just poorly regurgitating what JD from NY said. And I think it's funny, too. I quote tweeted this and I go, the WWE Podcast is worried about WWE taking over the Busted Open network. The IWC is so unserious, man.
If you're in the pro wrestling podcasting space, whether you're a creator or you're a listener, the news that WWE has brought in, absorbed, purchased, the SiriusXM Busted Open Radio show has probably come across your newsfeed. And if it hasn't, well, pay attention because this...
Let me tell you what I listen to every day, all fucking day. YouTube. Let me tell you what I don't listen to ever. SiriusXM. You want to know the last time I consumed it? Again, when like Stern or Opie and Anthony were on the air, and then I consume it, I guess, like Big J Okerson and Robert Kelly, they do the bonfire. So then like they upload clips of their show that they do at Sirius onto YouTube, and then I watch it or listen to it on YouTube. You know what I mean? I just... fucking the whole radio platform thing is like a passe. I'm surprised they didn't do this 50 years ago when radio was actually a thing.
This is bigger than people realize. And I'm going to give credit where it's due because while JD from New York is much bigger than my platform, I just want to say I love his work. And he is the reason that this really came to my attention in a bigger way than I initially had kind of read this. And I'm going to give my...
Because he did a rage bait post, and so now you're like, oh, yeah.
Perspective on it, and I encourage you to go listen to him. And this isn't really a promotion for his show, but he does a great job breaking this down, and I want to talk about this very quickly. So Busted Open Radio was absorbed or purchased by WWE Radio. So WWE has brought in this show along with Sam Roberts' show and others. And I have to say, this is...
No, they didn't bring... They have the channel. So the channel was another thing. Then it became Busted Open. Now it's WWE's channel. And you're called the WWE Podcast. The fuck are we talking? And you... No offense to this guy. Shout him out. You're welcome on the show anytime. I'm really not a big fucking... I don't hate you or anything, bro. But like... You sound like corporate. You know what I mean? You need to get more. You need a soundboard. You need to yell more.
This is a bit concerning because what this has done, it has taken an independent wrestling voice, the largest independent wrestling voice, and it's now under the banner and control of WWE. And the first thing you'll hear, some of the pushback you'll hear from critics of this, of people who are critical of this, people who are pro this move.
And that's why I critiqued your critique, Brett.
Is, well, it's expansion. It's WWE just expanding their reach. To who? Who exactly is this new listener reaching? Because if you are already engaged in listening to Sam Roberts or Busted Open Radio with Bully Ray and Mark Henry and Nick Nemeth, then you
going to reach like all the people who drive Uber all day or just put Sirius on and we're listening to Busted Open. And if you're like, well, you were already listening to Busted Open on that, but maybe not though. Maybe the fact that, oh, it's the WWE channel now. People go, oh, fuck. Well, let me, I guess, Undertaker's interviewing fucking Stone Cold. I guess I'll listen to that. That's who. What the fuck are you talking about? Are you pretending that Busted Open's as big as WWE now?
Already watch the product. You're not going to be reaching anyone new.
So everybody watches the product. So then what's the point of any of our shows, buddy?
This is, in my opinion, WWE's attempt and their continued push to control the narrative. And you've already heard it.
I hate when people do this whole like, oh, they're trying to control the narrative about themselves. You mean like every company that's ever existed? Fuck you talking about? So like every company, so like someone accuses Subway of having fucking flies in their sandwich and they got to go, we promise. Hey, that chicken's not real. Well, we got our scientists and now we're using a real chicken. So let's just Cracker Barrel. Yo, that fucking sign's fucked up, dude. Nope. We love America. Look, the sign's back to normal. Just forget that even happened. Hey, Bud Light. You know what I'm saying? Bud Light, dude. We need some fucking America in our beer, dude. We like fucking America. Quick, hire Shane Gillis. Everybody pretend that other shit didn't happen, right? Like that's of course. But how is it controlling any narrative that AEW is what, good or bad? We just saw the tweet with JD. He's like, that slop of a fucking pay-per-view in the same breath. So what are we worried about? Less people talking about AEW? Less people are talking about AEW. So this is all just really like, oh, so you want them to not glaze WWE, which they weren't already. And I don't think they're going to just glaze. And you want AEW to get more promotion? Like, why else would you be worried about this? And you guys know, and this is like radio. This isn't like they bought out Busted Open and their whole YouTube channel and their whole social media platform and their fucking Sirius channel and everything's owned by the Fed now. It's not like that. They just started a radio channel. It's like when Opie and Anthony broke up and Anthony got fired and then Opie and Anthony broke up and then it was the Opie Radio Network or whatever. And he just had his own channel and it was like replays of his shows and other people that are like would go on his show. And then all of a sudden like Rich Voss and Bonnie McFarlane have a fucking show on Opie Radio. That's all that fucking happened. So like, I don't understand. Like it makes zero difference other than maybe more people listen to that channel.
From Dave LaGreca, who I really enjoy. I think obviously he's created a hell of an empire.
626 for 2 sweet, says soundboard on date night is PWT lore confirmed. Yeah. Jesus Christ. You just got to listen to a members show. You know what I mean?
Good for him. But you've already heard from him that this is not going to change. You're going to hear my rants. Yeah. Okay, sure. But until we use a couple of brain cells to figure out that this is not how it's really going to work, and it's not going to all change.
You don't know that.
Change it once. We know that it's not going to.
No, it's changing immediately. They're not talking about AEW. So you're just off on every beat. I don't know this guy's name, but WWE podcaster shout you out.
I'll change it once where they're just going to start patting.
And this is a plug for your channel, WWE podcast. He's like, I'm not trying to plug JD. Motherfucker, I'll plug you. I'll plug JD too. Let's go.
WWE on the back every single chance they get. But this is going to be something that
it's opposite day
expands over 6 to 12 months. What does
I just want the opposite? Everything you say, I'm doing the exact opposite.
This look like a year from now?
Dom joined Omos and shit, if you guys missed it.
And what you'll probably see, and what we've already seen from them, is a much softer, censored, sanitized criticism of WWE. What's going to happen now, and you can bet your ass this is what's going to happen, is that WWE Radio and the executives and management who are running it are going to want a list, a bulleted list of the topics that they're going to talk about, maybe some of the items they're going to be critical about. The reason...
True, but Sirius, I'm sure. Listen, when you're on the radio like that, you have program directors and people who are going to be like, don't say this word, don't talk about this. If you do this, you know, that's already a thing in Sirius. So when you're like, oh, Busted Open's been a more clean, sanitized, yeah, because they're on Sirius. Guess who else is more clean and sanitized? Howard fucking Stern.
That they're probably going to ask for this, and if they don't, then why would you absorb this network anyway? Why would you purchase this network? Why would you bring them in?
They didn't purchase the network. They didn't absorb the fucking network.
They're going to want a list of it, and they're going to have to pre-approve what's going on the air. They're going to tell us outwardly, no, nothing's going to change. Everything's going to remain the same. The criticisms are going to stay the same. Well, if that's the case, then what did you need to bring them in for?
They didn't bring them in. Now Busted Open brought them in. This guy's all over the place, bro. Who is this guy? Someone get PWT Universe. I need a full-blown investigation on this guy. We're looking into him. Let him know. PWT's looking into him. But like, bro, you're all over the place. They didn't bring in WWE. Sirius wants the biggest and best radio because it's a dinosaur way of absorbing this content anyways. It's an outdated thing that all they pay for is Howard. That's it. And then you have everybody getting on the wrestling grift as of late because wrestling, love it or hate it, is popular, way more popular than it was before. And especially these last like 5 years. And they know that people will tune into Busted Open and all of this shit. And so it's just the WWE channel because the name WWE brings in a bunch of fucking eyeballs as opposed to Busted Open. What is that, like an MMA? What is that, pornography? People don't know.
Just let them be. They were successful as they are. What is the advantage of your WWE to bringing them in? You're not expanding your network. You're not expanding your...
You literally are, though. So is everybody who listens to Cody Rhodes' podcast only on YouTube? And will Cody Rhodes' podcast go onto the WWE channel? And will people listen to that more than like repeats of Busted Open shows or whatever the fuck? This guy's just like talking entirely out of his ass.
Audience reach, because those people are already in the system.
It's not true.
So the only conclusion is that they want state-run radio. They want to control dissenting voices. Dissenting voices like myself, like JD. Again, we're not on the same level. I totally understand. He's much bigger than I am, but I really admire what he does.
This just seems like you're poorly parroting what JD said, and you don't even really understand what JD's trying to say. And are you a dissenting? Like, why do you have to be dissenting? Why does everything have to be dissenting? There can't just be like a fucking, hey, here's a show where we love this thing. Let's say it was that. We're just going to fucking suck it to the balls. What is the problem with that? It's the WWE channel. So that's what Sam Roberts and Megan Morant already do. Who gives a fuck? There's a billion shows out there. Well, they want to control it. It's state run. Then go on YouTube. JD from NY gets more views than any of this shit. Anyways, if you factor in all of his social media, he's getting more traction than any of this shit. Anyways, who gives a fuck? The fuck are we talking about?
But voices like myself who use our platforms to call out WWE for their bullshit, we have no one to answer to except ourselves. Whereas now, Busted Open.
You literally explained how you're answering to JD at the start of this thing. You saw this thing, you didn't really care, and then you're like, oh, JD said this thing, so now I'm just going to like poorly regurgitate this thing.
Open has a lot of people they have to answer to. You think they're going to bite the hand that feeds them? You think that they're going to now start to criticize things that they might deem a little questionable if management were to get involved? Or
yes, I do. And you were just saying they're already sanitized, so who cares if they're not, because they were already cleaning themselves up for Sirius. So you're just worried that it's going to go, I don't like Rhea Ripley in this position. It should be Liv Morgan. That's all that's going to happen. And AEW doesn't get talked about. It's going to be the same thing. Guys, this is what all the algorithm loves. It loves when you love something. It loves when you fucking hate on shit. It doesn't love when you're in the middle. Right? It loves if you're on the left. It loves if you're on the right. It loves if you're like, man, I fucking love MCU. And then it loves when you're like, man, fuck MCU. It's woke and gay. That's what the algorithms love and shit. So you got to kind of go hard either way. Busted Open still go. They are known as going hard, and they're already called WWE shills. I'm repeating this.
If they were to look at it and see the critiques that they're
Changes
putting on
nothing.
the air for millions of people,
Go watch Tuke Timbo. You know, like what do you want?
That they would be happy with that.
There's a free plug. I'm plugging Tuke Timbo and Prince Nana Coffee.
No, again, if you're WWE, the only incentive, the only goal you have is to control the narrative, to control dissenting voices, to silence them.
They're not silencing anybody. They just bought a channel on Sirius.
They bring in the biggest names and they put them under their banner of WWE Radio. Again, you are now going to slowly, not all at once,
bring in what names? You just said that they fucking are using like Sam Roberts and shit. You listed. We know that it's going to be Undertaker and everything. So bring in what names? La Greca and shit. He's already on WWE TV. And he hasn't been shilling yet, but somehow now he's going to start shilling. The fuck are you talking about? He's just going to do the same thing. He would have started shilling when they put them on WWE TV. This is just a step to go. We're not talking about AEW on Busted Open anymore. It's one of the biggest radio shows. No more AEW talk.
Get a sanitized, softer version with pre-approved rants. The rants will still be there, and Dave LaGreca is right. They will be. But you don't think he's going to have to run them by the people that now own his ass?
He already does because he's on Sirius. Do you not? See, I'm a fan of radio. You guys know when you hear me talking about like Opie and Anthony, and I was listening to Stern and the Bonfire and shit. Like, so many of these people just like start podcasts and they're not like broadcasters. They're not fans of this shit. Not that like you have to be either, but it's just like, what are you talking about? You don't even know what the fuck you're talking about.
Of course they are. Otherwise, there's nothing here for WWE to gain.
Chris Van Vliet, the most sanitized guy probably in the IWC interviews, and he does the goatedest interviews because it's great for the sickos and the wackos, but it's really good content for like if you're an average person, you don't really listen to fucking wrestling content. He has the best fucking pod, and he's a sanitized dude who came up being a VJ on fucking Much Music or whatever in Canada and shit. CVV, the most sanitized dude. He might drop an F-bomb here or there. He doesn't even get into any tribalist review of any show. He'll still be whatever. Sirius would love to have fucking Giga Chad Chris Van Vliet on their show. There's nothing wrong with the way he does it, though, because if you want to hear someone yell about how shit WWE is, tune into tons of shows that already do that. But the problem is nobody cares about those shows unless they interview Ospreay, and Ospreay shits on WWE.
They are deathly afraid of independent podcasts. Not myself primarily. I mean, I'm not exactly huge at the moment, but those that are much larger.
Bro, be like, put yourself over a bit. He keeps going, and I ain't shit. I'm put yourself over. Okay. How do you think I became the queen of the IWC?
They are deathly afraid of those podcasts soiling the general view of the product when things go poorly. For all the garbage you hear from Nick Khan that we don't pay attention to negativity, kind of weird that you now try to buy up these podcasts and then
They didn't buy up podcasts, bro.
brand them under WWE Radio to make.
We're almost done this clip, but like this guy, whoa, what the fuck are you talking about? Your show's called WWE Podcast. Remember this whole time too, while he's talking, his show's called the WWE Podcast.
Sure that they are only saying things that you approve of. And I know it's not going to be controlled to the micromanaging level. And I'm sure Dave LaGreca would have a lot to say against this. But if
Phil Marks,
you have, again, a couple of brain cells to rub together, if you're not expanding your network, the only reason to now put them under your banner.
You have a couple more brain cells to rub together, come up with your own idea after actually understanding what the situation is before you do a 6-minute rant video to basically go, JD, notice me.
Is to control the narrative, to soften the product. And I hope everybody sees that. That is what's happening. That's what's happening. So let me know what you guys think about this purchase. It's huge news.
This purchase.
This should be bigger.
This purchase. Hold on a second. Like, did WWE purchase a Sirius channel? SiriusXM channel? That's not even how it works. What are we talking about? No, WWE did not purchase a channel. Instead, they partnered to launch WWE Radio. Bro, you don't even understand how SiriusXM works. They purchase shows. They go, hey, Chris Jericho, or like Westwood One or whatever back in the days, like, or like Podcast One, I think is a current one. Hey, we would love to have your show, Adam Carolla. We'll give you fucking $2 million and find all your ads for you and shit. They didn't purchase anything. What the fuck is this guy
even then it already is, because it is.
How did he not delete this clip, bro? I'd be so embarrassed.
They window into what their goals are.
He just
what
read JD's tweet and then extrapolated a bunch of extra, like the IWC always does, and then went on this rant.
TKO's goals and concerns.
Yeah, man, my name's the WWE Podcast, and I also shit on them and fuck them for trying to silence people like me. Well, what do you think's going to happen then to your show that's called the WWE Podcast? That's not even like legal. That might be illegal, brother. I don't even know if like.
This is one of them. Those that they can't control, they're trying to buy up and trying to use them to now rebrand them under their own banner.
They didn't buy anything up. Sirius wanted to be in the WWE business.
That they don't hear things that make their tummies hurt. All right. Let me know what you guys think about this. More on this to come, and we'll talk soon.
Holy fuck, man. Bro, let me give you some advice. I don't know how long this guy's been doing this for. And again, I you know, I roasted him a bit, but it's nothing personal. All I'll say is this, bro. You don't, like, if your approach is like, I'm not the news and shit, you don't have to have like all of your fucking facts straight. Your chat can help you along, your comments can help you along, and you can fucking, if you just want to like read what's out there and kind of report on it, but ask more questions instead of fucking like just reading a tweet and then doing a rant like this. You know what I'm saying? Like, that would be my tip of advice. Like, don't and change your name, right? WWE. I know my shit's PWT and there's many PWTs, but like, it's a, what's the word for? It's not an acronym, or maybe it is an whatever. The lettering, I mean, nobody can really trademark like 3 letters together unless I'm like starting a fucking Fed trying to call it WWE, you know, but AEW is going to be called WEW, for instance. Like, that was going to be their original name. The point I'm making is just like fucking, just think things out before you hop on and fucking try and jump on a train of like, they're silencing us and stuff, you know? Like, I guess this video did go viral. He got people to talk, not really viral. I mean, you know, it got a bunch of views. People are laughing. Let's look. I don't care. Alfred Kunawa, a bunch of laughy face. It's the same like all other sports networks on Sirius. WWE didn't buy anything. And then let's hear this guy's cope. WWE didn't purchase Busted Open Radio as a company. Instead, they effectively purchased the rights to distribute and monetize the show. And then 13 likes. Like, what fucking tards are following this guy and giving him 13 likes, dude?
No. Retard alert. Retard alert, class.
They didn't buy anything. That gives WWE significant control over how the podcast is presented, marketed, and monetized, even if SiriusXM still owns the brand. No, it doesn't. Sirius has significant control over how the podcast is presented, marketed, and monetized. I mean, yes, WWE is significant in that, but also Sirius. Like it's a Sirius channel thing. This guy just doesn't really understand how radio works. They're partnering with Sirius, not buying. Read the damn article. The outcome is the same. WWE wants to control the narrative. He just keeps saying control the narrative. Control the narrative. Bro, get your own opinions, okay? I promise you'll go way further in this if you get your own opinions. So I purposefully don't listen to other people's wrestling content, so I don't try and regurgitate their shit. Now, of course, there's a thing called parallel thinking and whatnot, but you are directly citing JD, and you're just like reacting to his tweet. You didn't even look into any of this shit. Come up with your own opinions, and everyone's just felting them. Like, no, they didn't do anything. They didn't do anything like that. And the guys, and then I don't know how he didn't get massively ratioed. It's just because now you're called the WWE podcast, and what you're going to do is absorb all the dumb fuck idiots. You don't want that fan base. I'm telling you right now, they don't really support anybody. And yeah, I don't know. Maybe a new fool, unless you bow down. So I expect an apology to PWT live on the air, good sir, or else. You make the list. I'm joking, dude. No, leave this guy alone. This guy rules, okay? Okay, we're going to get him on. We're going to get him on PWT.
Thank you, fuck you, bye.
Man,
Boom.
Holy fuck. Oh, no, dude. I get unhinged. As the show goes on, I get more and more unhinged, guys. What is chat saying? I think I see, yes, a couple more super chats that I did not read here. CWJ. Oh, you guys weren't waiting long. For 2 sweet says, this is why no one cares about this guy. Just lame. Well, I mean, hey, his clip went kind of viral. I just talked about it. There's 220 plus people who just fucking heard about this guy's show now. So it is what it is. And again, I'm not. Be nice to this guy, okay? PWT Universe, he's trying. He's new in the game. Jason Statler for 5 says, do fantasy booking here. If Jeff Jarrett can beat Hogan at Bash at the Beach 2000 and use that as the launch pad to start NWO 2000, that would be over, brother. Dude, I like this Jason Statler, dude, because he just comes in with like fantasy mark booking and shit. I love it, dude. Just off topic, but like, okay, I get what you're saying. So fantasy mark booking here. If Jarrett beat Hogan at Bash at the Beach 2000, all right, well, you got to fucking blame Vince Russo for that, you know? Shut up, my guy. Russo.
You are a naive, brainless, pathetic, idiotic, clueless, dumbass Mark.
And again, like, I do a show not to like make it about whatever, but that guy was talking about, you know, people like me, and JD's like, people like me, there's nobody with dissenting voices and all this shit. Guys, Vince Russo and I DM'd, and he paid me just tremendous compliments. Who have you heard other than Jim Cornette, like, not even make fun of, but just like do his impression and fucking, like, you know, and just be true and keep it honest, like, about shit where I go, that's funny, or that's fucking stupid, or what is Vince saying here? This is, I think him and Coach are fucking just kayfabing everybody. Like, JD wouldn't even say that. You're more censored than someone like me, so don't cry about this when Busted Open's just doing a WWE show. What are you worried about? Call out Vince then when he does something stupid. You won't, because they invite you on Coach and Bro. You know what I'm saying? So just don't worry about it. Do your shit. Do whatever you're going to do. And if WWE wants to hire you to shill, tell them, well, I'm going to do my other show here and I'm going to be fucking critical of you guys. But yeah, I'll take a check and fucking I'll be nice about you guys on your platform, and then go do your show and shit all over them. And if they go, you're not allowed to do that, then go, I'm not working with you then. I'm going to do my own thing. That's my word of advice. I don't know what to tell you. I'm not even answering your super chat here. Of Jeff Jarrett beat Hogan at Bash at the Beach. Again, we're Fantasy Mark booking and use that as a launch pad to start NWO 2000. That would be over. Yeah, but they didn't do that, right? You got to blame Vince Russo and Hogan and all the egos. It's not like, oh, Vince Russo was a dumbass. It's everybody's egos involved. And also, Jeff Jarrett plays innocent in that, but he's held up promoters for money and shit. So don't think he's entire. I like when Brian Last and Jim Cornette reviewed The Dark Side of the Ring because they have more insight on this. Like, I think Jim Cornette was in WWF when Jeff Jarrett pulled that shit. Maybe he wasn't at the time, but maybe he wasn't at the time. I can't remember. But either way, like, Jeff's always had controversy surrounding his life. So he's not innocent in that whole lay down with Hulk Hogan thing either. So yeah, and thank you so much, dude. I want to acknowledge the PWT universe. We got a couple more stories to get to. We've been on over 4 motherfucking hours, but we got a couple more things to talk about. I acknowledge you guys and shout out everybody super chatting in, and shout out Jason Statler and just everybody. And for your little walk down memory lane there with fucking Bash at the Beach 2000. I don't know. I never really thought about that, in hindsight. I was a fucking kid when that went down. So I don't really worry about it too much. But that would have been a better way probably to launch the NWO 2000. You're in fact right. Okay, so let's get in. We got some more WWE news. Are you guys ready? Are you guys I got to do a run-in. There's a bunch of sicko stuff I want to get into. There's a bunch of so much stuff I want to get into that we just have not. I keep doing these shows. The news has been plentiful, and I keep going, there's not too much news. And then it turns out there's just tons of news and meltdowns and shit. And oh my God, this PWT. So let's get into this news here. We were talking about Comic-Con. Of course, Ryan Gosling is playing Ghost Rider, which fucking rules. And of course, we saw the brawl between Fletcher and Bandito and Brody King, where they're crashing into fans and breaking monitors and stuff. WWE superstars are just over, so they can just like do their panel and not have to do shit like that. Shout out Denise Salcedo, who, again, you could say that Denise Salcedo's content is very fucking sanitized. Good. She gets too much hate, honestly, just from a perspective of like, this is just like brainless wrestling content or whatever. Some people just label her as like too softball for everybody and too sanitized and shit. And she's entirely independent, but that's good because a girl like her is going to translate to more people, like more regular people are going to fucking, even if they're just mostly simping for her, which I don't even think that's fair to say for her. I think that she's really spent years doing this and built her own thing. And I don't sit there and consume every Denise Salcedo fucking thing, but I think she catches flack, and so does that Muscle Malcolm guy. He catches flack for asking Waffle House orders. I think that rules, and that's what translates to just like people who maybe you're a wrestling fan, you might watch one of those videos because it's funny and he could ask a football player what their favorite Waffle House order is, and you might stop and watch that video if you see like Roman Reigns answering that question or whatever. Like, I think that's all good. You see a cute girl like Denise and she's interviewing fucking some wrestler, you might just stop and look at it, and that might make a new wrestling fan. It has more mass appeal, certainly, than a show like PWT does, which is fine. I like what I'm doing, but she's doing her thing. Shout her out. This is her fan footage here from Comic-Con. And here's just some funny moments I pulled because WWE had a presence at Comic-Con as well. I didn't want to leave them out entirely. They didn't have fucking blow pops in the shape of their heads, but they are over as fuck, and they were answering questions. And so WWE fans asks wrestlers who they want their last match, and it leads to a funny moment.
I'm going to say Bailey because I'm in love with her.
I'm going to say Bailey because my wife's in love with her. I'm going to say Bailey because I think she needs to be Bailey.
Danhausen.
What's her name with the Bailey? your answer.
I want Bailey too.
And like Danhausen's over and he's genuinely funny. He has awesome comedic timing. And he's like a living cartoon character and he's popping this whole crowd with laughs. And this is how you get over, man, with this crowd. You know what I'm saying? Why did they go to Comic-Con? Now Comic-Con's co-opted. Oh, they're expanding? Why? Everyone in fucking Hall M or whatever the fuck is already a fan.
Ray, I'm gonna roll with the punch. Bailey, let's go. And Mr. Iguana, I think it will be Ray. Ray. You know what? You get out of here. You ruined it. Rayleigh. Bailey and Rayleigh.
Yeah, there you go. Just a funny moment with Danhausen cracking up the room. And here's Danhausen, and this again is from @_Denise Salcedo. And she posted this audience fan footage here. Danhausen tries to buy CM Punk's WWE Championship for $300 human monies.
And actually, you know what? I don't have a championship, but I do have 300 human monies. You have a championship right now, so maybe we could do a trade. You have one too? All right, well, we'll split it. We'll figure it out later. You have pesos? All right.
Like he's popping the room. He didn't have to like be in a lucha mask and then take another lucha mask off and reveal a lucha mask. He didn't have to break a monitor in front of Tone, who pretended he feared for his life. They're just over and they're fucking popping the crowd naturally.
Dad, you know, Dominic also has a title. Oh! You know, you should drown that boy. He's menacing us. And
the next Kill Tony Mania, they should have Danhausen. No, I'm joking. Oh, man. So in other roster news, and this is in That's news, AJ Lee was with CM Punk and Danhausen at the Comic-Con. Let's just take a quick look. These guys are cracking me
San
up.
Diego Comic-Con, day one.
hello. They followed you here. Hey, all your action figure money.
Everybody all good?
Yep.
We'll work something out.
Does anybody want to light it up? Ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, dude, he's just always working. Danhausen's such money, just printing money for WWE. That's awesome. But SummerSlam is around the corner, and they all answered Bailey is who we want our last matches to be. Well, Bailey has been removed from the 2026 SummerSlam posters for the tryouts and whatever else, and they have Ivy Nile coming in. And it's safe to say, guys, Bailey's gonzo. Bailey's going to fucking AEW. So, and you know, she might not go straight to AEW. She might fucking do a match in Nuge or something for, like, I could see her wanting to wrestle some of the Stardom girls, some of the CMLL girls, definitely some of the AEW girls. They're going to redo the match, Bailey and fucking Monet or whatever for the title. I could see Monet beating her. And, she's going to go do that. And just a round of applause. Thank you, Bailey, for... And if she swerves us, awesome. Like, it's not even a Mark thing to go, she's going to go, or she's going to... Who cares? I don't care about predicting things like a fucking Mark, like a Smark, like I am, Phil S. Marks, and then getting them wrong. I don't care. My prediction is she fucking leaves, and if she stays, good. Then that means they gave her fucking money to stay. And they're and she's happy where she's at. Her dream's WWE. She achieved her dream. After that, it's like, well, I'll just take some money and go wrestle some chicks. And I like fucking Monet. Tone's a money mark. He'll pay her more than she was getting in WWE, probably, not to blow up anybody's spot, and she'll do less dates and come to work when she wants. And who gives a shit? It makes no difference. So good for Bailey. It's not going to hurt WWE that Bailey's over in AEW, and we know Tone doesn't know what to book, and it's not going to help their ratings or anything like that. Because we've seen this time and time again. If Edge, Jericho, and Kenny Omega and Christian are all on a fucking show in Canada and you're doing 6K tickets, what is Bailey going to do to change any of that? So if you're an E-drone and you're like, fuck, man, is good for Bailey. Go get the money. She's done everything there is to do in WWE. There's a girl on the come up, like a Blake Monroe could use that spot and that TV time and start getting over and shit like that. You know, there's tons of stars she'll go to AEW for fucking 2-3 years. come back and go in the Hall of Fame. And that's the thing with Dave Meltzer. He's like, oh, well, and he's just dog whistling for Tone. He's just relaying the message that Tone puts out there for Dave to fucking put out there. And he's like, if you're going to jump on board and bow down and lick Tone's nuts and kiss the boots and do everything and praise him, and you're not just there for money, well, you know what? Then that's the right mentality. Otherwise, don't bother coming to AEW. And it's like, that's the only reason anybody's there is for fucking money. Like if you're just there for money and then to go, and then he blanket statements everybody. And if you're just there to be like, WWE notice me so you can go back, Dave, every ex WWE person, like you just want them all to go into AEW and be like, AEW for life, man. Just keep taking Tone's money until we're on a fucking streaming app where no one's seeing us. And then we all just bail out back to WWE. They're all going back. Mox will be back to accept the Hall of Fame. Bailey will be back to accept the Hall of Fame. Edge and Christian will be back to accept the Hall of Fame. If they haven't already, I forget everybody who's in the Hall of Fame and who isn't. But all of these people will fucking go and be in the Hall of Fame and all of this shit. They will all go back. They always come back. Bailey will go for 3 years. She'll get inducted in the Hall of Fame, get Tone's money, maybe go back, have a bit of a run. You think Tommaso Ciampa won't go and be in the Hall of Fame with Gargano one day or something if it gets to that point? Because Trips loves fucking Ciampa and Gargano. I mean, it'll probably... did he have a Hall of Fame career? I mean, hey, there's people who never won world titles and shit who've only won tag belts that are in the Hall of Fame, so for sure. Johnny DIY will end up in there, even if it's in 20 years or whatever. But everyone will go back, so that's everyone's mentality. And all the people who aren't there, they all want to be there, or they're coping like Ospreay and they're just taking the millions and resting on their laurels, and they wish they could make it in WWE, but they're not willing to bet on themselves and try. So it's called the big leagues for a reason. But shout out Bailey. I don't want to make this about bullshit. Shout out Bailey, and I don't want to hear motherfuckers hating on her when she goes to AEW. Just be happy. All right? So we move along here. And speaking of returns, man, Nikki Bella returned to WWE TV. So I called it happening at SNME, and then it just happened on SmackDown instead. So I was like a week off. All good. I knew it was coming sooner or later. And again, Phil don't miss. Told you guys, she's coming back, and we're getting that the trios or 6-woman tag match at SummerSlam, and good on them. And I think Fatal Influence get the dub in that. And I think JC Jane then goes after like the US or the US title or the IC, because the tag champs go on both shows. So these girls will go to Raw one week, and then like fucking JC Jane will be there and like, well, while I'm here, why don't I go for the IC and shit? Like it'll be like that, and or she'll get the US or something. I don't think they world title her up anytime soon, but I can see them carrying 3 belts. This is a good way to get Fatal Influence over, because if you're there for the nostalgia, then that Paige and the Bellas are Team Bella, and they have been in the past, and they're Team Total Divas and shit. So whatever. I like when the Bellas are together. I don't care if Paige is with them or not, but I'm a big fan of the Bellas and Paige, because I'm just a mark for that era. And I really like Fatal Influence. I think Henley and Lainey Reed, and obviously JC Jane's good. She always gets overlooked because she's just good, and it's like she should have been on the main roster already. But man, just the sky's the limit for Reed and Henley. Reed especially. So yeah, I'm digging that. And shout out Nikki Bella. She's back. We were off by a week there here at PWT. Speaking of being away for a bit, Dragon Lee revealed on his IG stories that he suffered a torn ligament in his thumb on WWE Raw and will not be able to compete at Verano de Escandalo tonight. And we watched it. It was a pretty goddamn good show. I mean, AAA always puts on a good show. I like La Hiedra and Laredo Kid together. I think they rule. And I also like everything really that's going on, but I like the Perro del Mal thing that's going on. and Dirty Dom being with Omos and all of that. That's all good. Undertaker knows what he's doing. And so it's unfortunate Dragon Lee wasn't there, and he's gotten bumped up a few times, man, in recent memory. But I think he did take long time off for like his kid or whatever. But he goes hard in the paint. Like Dragon Lee, we've discussed this. He has that controlled chaos where like he will just come flying at you, going fucking 1,000,000 miles per hour, dive on you outside of the ring. No regard for himself, safe to his opponent, but like no regard for him crashing into barricades and shit. So that's going to come with the style, man. And speaking of style, Royce Keys is styling on him. He gets his own official day in East Palo Alto, is Royce Keys Day. And that happened because he went to the Fed. Point blank. And so Wade Barrett notes that Nick Aldis, so this is important here. So SmackDown went down. Quick SmackDown review here. It was a whatever show. Lots of women's wrestling, which is fine if you're not into that. But Chelsea Green got a big win. The way she hit the Unprettier was a cool little sequence there where she got the fucking win over Kiana James. She's in the ladder match along with Tiffy Stratton. Jade came out and there was a big kind of brawl with the baddies and whatever's going on there. What else happened, man? What else was really significant? Like Rhodes and Punk cut like a pretty good back and forth, you know, but we've heard similar shit so much that it's just like, whatever. It wasn't like must see. Like if you missed that promo battle, you still understand the story. They're friends, but they're not friends, bro. We're friends, man, and we're slated to tag a bunch, but we're not really friends, man. The big story for me, the best part was Aldis and Gunther. I just think they were cooking, and I'm really into this story. And I've seen people online being like, yo, is Aldis, should I be invested in this guy? He got over the fact that he hasn't had a match in 3 months. They had a little contract signing thing. But Wade Barrett notes that Nick Aldis is relinquishing his duties as SmackDown GM, Cole, until after SummerSlam. So after SummerSlam, he's a GM. So this could be his retirement match. Gunther will beat Aldis. Aldis will give it all he's got. And I don't know if it'll be an official I'm retired match, but I assume he's going to get choked out. They're going to lean into the career killer, retirement killer gimmick that Gunther's been doing. And then I think that Aldis will just continue being GM, and then he'll have to swallow his pride when it comes to Gunther. And he'll be like, yeah, I retired you, whatever. Like, you're on my list. And he doesn't have to formally say he retired, but he's going to get choked out and just go back to being a GM. And we know this because Gunther's like, you'll be like everyone else, fucking Goldberg, AJ Styles, John Cena, blah, blah, blah. So I know for sure.
Allegedly.
Don't listen to me, whatever. But Triple H, man, he's been wanting to put Aldis in a match for a while now, for some years. And it being with Gunther in some form or fashion, right? I heard initially they wanted all this involved in like the Gunther, Sheamus, Drew stuff or whatever the fuck. So he's getting Gunther one-on-one. Gunther's clearly going to beat him. So anybody who's like, he shouldn't lose to Aldis. Yeah, he's not gonna. You know what I mean? He ain't gonna do that. They're going to keep the whole legend, retirement, career killer thing going. And I'm excited for it. I'm a big Aldis mark. You guys know, if you go to, years ago on PWT, I'm a big Aldis mark. I was before he ever got to WWE. NWA Power was cooking, and that's when like LA Knight, Thunder Rosa, even Eddie Kingston, fucking Nick Aldis, Camille, all these people are over as fuck with me. And Tom Latimer, he's awesome too. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is WWE. And with that, we're going to stop the poll. Who do you most want to see go from WWE to AEW? 69% said the New Day. 8% said Sheamus, 15% said Motor City Machine Guns, and 8% said Zelina with an X. Bailey, we all want to see her go get that bag, hopefully, if we're not fucking marks for ourselves. So that's awesome. Thank you guys for voting in the poll, and thank you for being here for PWT Saturday night. What a fucking amazing show. You guys rule. So much support tonight.
Wrestling for dirtbags and lily pickers.
I don't even know. I just appreciate you all so much. Thank you for 8K subs. Let's get it to 10K. And just hit like and retweet or whatever on your way out. If you're watching this on replay, hype the video. You get 3 free hypes a week. Hype up my video with all 3 of your free hypes. You just got to like hit the star thing that says hype, or like hit the 3 dots and then go to hype or whatever the fuck. And I just appreciate you guys all so fucking
He had
much.
that Cuervo with him the whole time too.
I've been Phil S. Marks. PWT makes its return with a redemption review on Monday, and you guys aren't going to want to miss it. And yeah, you guys fucking rule. I will see you all next time. Be good. It's hot as a motherfucker. Stay hydrated. I've been Phil S. Marks, and I will see you next time.
Tony Khan is the best guy. Ooh, yeah. Dave woke up on a Wednesday night, got the star ratings ready, feeling just right. Tone booked a ladder match, 12 flips in a row. Dave said, 6 stars, brother, let's go. The ratings dipped a little, but that's okay. There's always a reason by the end of the day. When the message boards crumble and wonder why, Dave just smiles and starts to type. Maybe you just don't understand the art. That's the line before he plays his part. Tony Khan is the best guy, never wrong and he'll tell you why. If Tone books it, it's certified. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Dave's got another defense to write. Every match is a masterpiece tonight. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tone made another huge announcement again. The biggest announcement since 10 announcements ago then. Dave got excited before it was said. Already handing out flowers in his head. The forums laughed, the podcast cried, the tribal wars burned all night. But Dave was there with a brand new take, explaining every questionable mistake. The critics yell from far and wide, but Dave is always by Tone's side. Tony Khan is the best guy, never wrong and I'll tell you why. If Tone books it, it's certified. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Dave's got another defense to write. Every match is a masterpiece tonight. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tone on the phone at 2:45. Dave, what'd you think of the show? Dave said, Tone, that was wrestling history. That's exactly what I hoped you'd say, bro. The fans keep arguing year after year, but Dave's got 5 more stars to give right here. Tony Khan is the best guy. The stars keep climbing to the sky. 7 stars, Dave might just try. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tony Khan is the best guy. Tone can do no the match. Dave loved the match. Tone booked the show.